Good early evening, everybody, here from Medicine Hat at Athletic Park as the Mavericks and Energy City Cactus Rats. Looks like they're finally going to take on each other in a full game. We got a double header tonight, so lots of action to come your way. Last night, however, things were cut short due to a massive rainstorm. You've heard that before, that came into Medicine Hat, and it drenched Athletic Park. This place was soaked. We were going to play ball at one point, and then it was called off after the tarp was taken off the field. A whole bunch going on, but the skies are clearing up, and there's no water on the diamond, so that means that we're going to have a chance to play. At least we're hoping we get one game in today. That's better than none, right? Of course, wishful thinking. We get both in, and this game will start where yesterday's game left off in a bit of a twist. Top of the second inning, one out, one on, and Diego Centella, who we'll talk about more, will come into this game with an 0-2 count on the batter that he is facing. And that's because Cody Myers, who originally had started yesterday's game, was up 0-2 in the count. And so things take off right from where we stopped yesterday. The only difference is the starting pitchers tonight, because those arms ramped up for yesterday, so they're ineligible to go today. You just can't start a pitcher pretty much 2 days in a row. And so lots of twists, but the lineups are going to remain fairly the same, and we hope that everything but the atmosphere in terms of what's above changes, and we can get this whole thing in. So we're going to send you to a quick word from our official network in Flow Sports, and then we will be back with the beginning of today's game. And as always, I'm Truman Bartman, taking you through it, and happy to be here with you for the ride. Well, if your memory's foggy from yesterday, I don't blame you. And so we're going to go over the starting lineups for today's game that were also yesterday's once again here. And we'll start with the visiting Energy City Cactus Rats, who had a lot go on today. And trust me, we will discuss a bit of that throughout today's broadcast and keep you updated on the status of what's going on up north with everything in Spruce Grove, the WCBL making an official word today on the happenings. But first, let's take a look at the starting lineup for the Cactus Rats. It'll be Stephen Furman again leading off in center field. It'll be CJ Umazawa at third base, Riley Quack in right field, David Simmons at first base, and then it'll be Angel Cartagena at catcher, Braxton Riley at DH, Carson Burnett catching, and realize got the same thing as yesterday on here with the two catchers. So I guess the only thing that has changed is that the positions are a bit different for the Cactus Rats, and of course, they don't have two catchers. Second base will be Matt Verlack, shortstop Micah Cervantes, and for the Medicine Hat Mavericks, it'll be Josh Stark leading off. He's already batted once in this game, technically, that was started yesterday, if that makes any sense. Blake Dale also getting into that game alongside Evan Morrison and Carter Roth. So the first batter that the Mavericks will actually have up tonight is Eric Calder, who's DHing. Frankie Giacalone will be at first. Carson Chan over in left field. Johnny Volcano at short, and Nate King behind the plate. And throwing to Nate King tonight will be Diego Centella. We talked about him a bit earlier, that he would be the guy for the Mavericks. And the reason Centella is on the mound today is because he's been really good as a starter this year. A 2.70 ERA with 10 strikeouts, has not qualified for a win or a loss, but is given the Mavs 4 to 5 good innings in each of his starts, and he's a guy that they trust on the mound. A reliever a year ago, now in the starting spot. We will see how he fares his first time around against the Energy City Cactus Rats in 2026. So let's send it down to field level where we'll have a ceremonial first pitch. And, of course, not today will be our national anthem, which has already been sung. So Centella will get warm, we will step away, and then we'll get underway. So let's give you a little bit more insight to who Diego Centella is, and I've gotten to know him well over the last 2 years. An uppity guy, always has a smile on his face, always willing to chat, and he was talking about today. I said, met him down at the dugout, said, had you even warmed up yet? He said, yeah, I got in soft toss earlier, but I'm ready to go, and I'm feeling good about this game, and there's never a time when Diego doesn't feel good, and that doesn't matter who he's facing. And as he mentioned up here when he joined us on the broadcast, he doesn't even look at the batter. His focus is on the catcher and on his pitches. We'll see what he has ready to go here to begin the top of the second inning, but I think the better word for it would be resume the top of the second inning. First pitch is going to plunk Nate King in the mask, and a free base for the Cactus Rats base runner in Cartagena. So Angel Cartagena over at second base now, and we will move back to the plate for Braxton Riley, who's making his debut here with the Energy City Cactus Rats. Might be the longest debut in WCBL history. Pretty much 2 days in between his entrance into this lineup. Centella here, that pitch is going to miss, and it's going to be 2-2. You don't see pitchers often start with an 0-2 count when they haven't thrown a pitch yet, but that's Centella's case today. Centella, a quick look back, and a swing and a miss there, so he's going to get Braxton Riley, and a strikeout for the first-time batter for the Cactus Rats. It'll bring up Carson Burnett. The Mavericks. There is a runner looming behind Centella, but they have the fortune of having 2 outs here, and they're practically free in this game with being able to start at 0-2 and with already 1 on the board. Now, it's an advantage for the Cactus Rats as well, already having a runner. Centella, first pitch to Burnett is going to miss, and he's pulled a few so far. Nate King has done a good job to keep the ball somewhat in front of him. It's always tough to start the game with one right off of the mask. Centella, a long look here. As we've mentioned, the ERA really good over the last 2 years. As a rookie last year, he wasn't even supposed to pitch very much for the Mavericks, and that will catch for a strike and even the count at 1-1. He came in as a reliever, and then just as the year went on, he progressed, and eventually Medicine Hat used him in the playoffs as one of their top 2 guys. It was him and Ryan Harney who were the best out of the bullpen in 2025. Centella awfully close, and Ron Shuchuk is going to rule that one did catch the edge. So a couple of changes to our umpire crew today with Adam Sim down over at first base, and on the other side of things, it'll be Brian Stair. And This one is going to be hit past the glove of Blake Dale, and the Cactus Rats are going to put one run through here in the top of the second inning. And they have a 1-0 lead, their first lead ever as the Cactus Rats here in Medicine Hat. And I guess their last lead here would have been as the Edmonton Prospects. Cactus Rats coming into this game on a losing streak. They're second last in the Western Division. The only team worse is the Brooks Bombers, who picked up their first win against the Sylvan Lake Gulls, who've had a shaky start. And that was yesterday. Centella favoring that left-hand side from his perspective, broadcast angle from the right. There'll be a runner on first here in Burnett, and Matt Verlack, the University of British Columbia product, at the plate. UBC known for pumping out WCBL All-Stars in the past. Think about Oliver Duthie, who was a former Brooks Bomber and an All-Star in 2023. You can think about James Brock, who was with Sylvan Lake and made that team. And even some non-All-Stars who've been good, like Aiden Rose. He's no longer with the T-Birds. There's a base hit there for Verlack, and he shows why. If you go to UBC, you're usually good at anything to do with athletics. They have a premier athletic department, and no matter what sport you play over there, your team's probably in the running for a national championship every year. And as someone who works in U Sports and Canada West Collegiate Hockey specifically, I've watched the UBC T-Birds be the best team in both men's and women's hockey consistently over the past 4 or 5 years. So there'll be runners on the corners now for the Cactus Rats, who will get to the bottom of their order here. Micah Cervantes, the shortstop, and the guy with the best batting average on the Cactus Rats coming into today, he's up at the plate. And runner going to go for second. King won't throw, and so there'll be 2 in scoring position now for Energy City. First pitch was a strike for Centella here, so it'll be 0-1, and he's a guy who's worked well out of pressure in the past. You think about his first start at home, a couple of bases loaded looks for the opposition, and he didn't allow those runs to come in. A gutsy performer out there is Centella. Here's a ground ball to Volcano. Over to first, Giacalone with the tap. And 2 runs are left stranded for Energy City, but a run comes in. They have an early lead here as we're through 1, but through 1 and I guess the top of 1. The Mavericks will get their second at-bats of this game when we return.
Fans, make sure to stay up to date with your favorite teams across the league by subscribing to the WCBL YouTube channel right now. We have tons of free coverage for you over there, including daily highlights, full archived game broadcasts, daily game day previews, plus the WCBL report with myself and Joe McFarland every Wednesday. It's all in one spot, the WCBL YouTube channel. Subscribe today.
And back for the bottom of 2, let's take a look at who our man on the mound is for the Energy City Cactus Rats. Yesterday, it was Matt Sevensma. Today, it is Sal Mata from the University of Iona who will enter today. He's got a 1-0 record, an 11.25 ERA, 5 Ks on the year, and he's working with a guy who was his battery mate at Iona. Of course, that's Angel Cartagena. And Eric Calder, the first batter of the game for Medicine Hat out of Tabor College. We'll see how he works against this duo. It's a left-handed look today for the Cactus Rats, who went with the righty Sevensma yesterday. But as you saw before, the numbers not so good this year for Sal. First pitch from Sal Mata here, and it's going to be ball 1. It's the difficult part. You feel like you almost wasted an arm yesterday for both of these teams because of the delay. And Not sure when they're expected to go next, but it'll be a couple days off for each Sevensma and Cody Myers. Here's Calder right towards short, and that's how the game started yesterday. Josh Stark hitting to that same spot. Today, it's Calder who flies out to Cervantes at short. Behind Calder will bat Frankie Giacalone. 3 hits already for the Cactus Rats, nothing on the board for Medicine Hat. Medicine Hat off to a 5-6 start this year, and Energy City enters at just 2-4. And a negative run differential for the Cactus Rats, the best run differential, or the most runs scored for Medicine Hat rather in the East Division. They have a good run differential as well at plus 15, the second best in the East. But they sit outside of a playoff position, which isn't something that we've seen a lot from the Mavericks within the last couple of years, even ever. They've been one of the most consistent threats in the WCBL. 0-1 count here between Mata and Giacalone, and now it is quickly 0-2. Giacalone out of the University of Mid-America Christian, part of that group that Ryan Reed helped coach this year as a graduate assistant. And now Reed up here as the head coach for the Mavs. He's a former player at MacU as well. Back to Mata on the mound. He's going to spike that one low, and the count will go to 1-2. For Mata, he's from the Bronx, New York, and his favorite pitcher, Mariano Rivera. I would assume that he's a Yankees fan. Those things go hand in hand. Being from that area, liking Rivera, I assume that he cheers for those in the pinstripes. Giacalone, a swing and a miss and a strikeout, the first of the game for Mata. So a slow start for the Mavs here, 2 up, 2 down. And that will send up to the plate Carson Chan, who had a breakout week in Saskatoon playing against the Berries. And you just knew that he'd come alive at some point. His CCBC year was really good with the University of Fraser Valley, and a slower start trying to get adjusted to life in the WCBL. Now he'll see Mata for the first time here. A lefty-on-lefty matchup. Usually seems to favor the pitcher here, but Mata will start it off 1-0. Of course, this game being a doubleheader, there will be a game to follow, but it all depends on how quickly this game goes here. I think both players and fans alike are hoping that this one isn't the 4-hour game. They'd rather have the second one be that. Strike here to Carson Chan. It'll be 1-1, and Sal Mata not looking like a guy who's got an 11 ERA. Mata working quickly. Chan gets the bat to his shoulder. Now he's waiting on the pitch. Chan, a swing and a miss, and Mata ahead. So Mata, mostly used in a reliever role at Iona over the past 3 years. So he's a veteran in the collegiate space, new here to the WCBL. Mata. A longer wait this time. Here comes the pitch, and he's going to miss to Chan, who will shoulder shrug, and that's become a trademark of Carson Chan's game at the plate. Every time a pitch comes by, it's similar to the Johnny Volcano head shake, just instead he goes to his shoulders. 2-2 the count, nobody on, 2 out. Energy City the early lead here in the second inning. Mata the pitch, and that one is going to get Chan as Shuchuk with the call looking. We'll go to the top of 3. A good start for the Cactus Rats, who get a run and then go 1-2-3 against the Mavericks offense. We've got a lot of baseball to get in here, folks, so stick around. We'll have plenty more around the break.
For over a century, we've been more than just lawyers. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your strongest advocates. With locations across the prairies, we're everywhere you are. Stringham, your local lawyers.
Top of the third, Energy City a 1-0 lead, and I did want to be able to share on the broadcast what was shared throughout the WCBL realm so far today. It was posted on social media, and that was a league statement regarding the Energy City Cactus Rats and their current standing and what is going on with their stadium. Of course, nobody really knows anything except for the Cactus Rats, but I think it was important for the league to be able to reach out and say what they had said, and I think that's important to share over the airwaves, of course, for our fans as well. So what they essentially said is they've been working closely and monitoring what's going on with the Energy City Metro Ballpark in Spruce Grove, and the League of Governors voted unanimously to impose a deadline of Tuesday, June 16th for the Energy City Cactus Rats ownership to provide a detailed outline of what their specific steps are in bringing the facility to full compliance within the league so that games can be played there, what full completion looks like, if all the things that are required are there. And so that is the deadline that they have been given, and the WCBL has come forth and said that that's what they're doing, as a strike three called there. Centea getting the strikeout against Stephen Furman, who's down looking. And that'll bring up CJ Umezawa. So Umezawa, the third baseman for the Cactus Rats. The other part to this equation here for Energy City is they were supposed to be playing a home game next. Instead, they will go and play it in Okotoks. It'll be an afternoon game at 2:05 p.m. at Siemens Stadium. So that's what things look like tomorrow for the Cactus Rats. Be a 3-hour drive from here. So still lots to sort out, but that's the official announcement put out by the league, and thought that'd be important to include in this game, especially since we have the Cactus Rats here today. 1-1 count. Centea working quickly, and he gets a pop-up foul here from Umezawa. Umezawa, a part of the Energy City Cactus Rats in 2025. He was one of two returning players, the other Sebastian Meisner, and he hits this one well over to right. Stark tracking to it and making the play. And the defense has been a big part of Josh Stark's rise to stardom here in the WCBL. The offensive numbers, they're going to scream, but what he's done on the backside in right field has been impressive. And that catch with the wind is probably harder than it seemed to have advertised. So 2 down here, a quicker inning in the top of the third for Diego Centea. And now coming to the plate is Riley Quack. Spoke to Quack a bit yesterday and then got to see him again today. And the travel schedule for them has been hectic, lots of stops. And he says that the turnaround to go to Okotoks is quite quick after the 2 games here. He's just excited to get these in and play baseball. And, of course, that's what it's all about. You'll think about Okotoks when tomorrow comes around. 2-0 here as Centea works from behind, and that not a part of his philosophy. He's always trying to stay up in the count, throw first pitch strikes. And now a good-looking count for Riley Quack. Quack won't bite there as well as the count runs to 3-0. Lots of cotton in the air here at Athletic Park. Of course, you'd love for the rain to wash that away, but nobody wants to see rain right about now as Centea, a 4-pitch walk to Quack. And that will bring up the cleanup hitter in David Simmons, who's over at first base. Simmons, a long walk to the far side, batting right-handed. Simmons, a .316 batting average this year, 5 strikeouts, just 2 walks, 4 RBIs, a couple of extra base hits, 2 doubles. A first pitch strike here from Centea, who likes what he sees in the matchup with Simmons rather than Quack. There's a couple of Simmons in the league this year. Ben Simmons is another who plays for the Brooks Bombers, and no, that is not Ben Simmons, the former Philadelphia 76ers disgruntled superstar. He's a separate guy, and I don't believe the 2 Simmons in this league on separate teams are related at all. Quack is going to go. King, throw down to second, a high one, and it brought on a challenge there for Blake Dale. Dale move over to second in this game with Johnny Volcano at short. Over at third is Carter Roth. Those three seem to flip-flop depending on the game. 1-2 count, still a good spot for Centea, and he'll put that one wide. Noticed in the Regina game that Centea was pulling the ball a little bit too. When his off-speed stuff is really going, it can turn hard, and he hasn't been able to get that with missing the zone. Here's the 2-2. This one going to be sent over the way of Stark. He's got a long way to go, ranging towards the tarp, and that ball will go foul as it clears the fence. So no chance there for Stark. And we'll return to a 2-2 look as Centea back up to the mound. First game, it'll just be me and you on the broadcast here, and James Tubb will be joining us for the second game today, and he should be here for the full version of that second game, so excited to talk with him again. Here's Centea, trying to sneak that inside. It'll be a full count here. Waiting on deck is Angel Cartagena. Little bit of a breeze out there as well. We saw that impact Stark. Runner going to go for third, and ball's going to be hit over to Volcano. He's going to have to throw a sharp one. Giacalone not in time. Run comes in to score, and a bit of a mistake there by the Mavericks. You'd like to freeze that runner, obviously being aggressive coming across, getting a good jump off of second. And the Cactus Rats, they've come into this game and they've wanted to play speedy, and I think that's what we've seen other teams capitalize on against the Mavericks, whether that's Regina or Moose Jaw. They've both gone to the well and used their speed. And here already a 2-0 lead for the underdogs, you could say, in this game, at least record-wise. Centea goes back to first. Giacalone, the tag, it's awfully late. Cartagena. Another throw back over to Giacalone. Cartagena gets a strike there as Shuchuk points the sign. Outside of the one count, Diego Centea has been ahead. Runner going to go again. An aggressive approach for the Cactus Rats, and that ball is going to get into center field. And now another free bag for the Cactus Rats. And this is where the game can get frustrating for a manager and a team when you're giving out free passes and you're letting a team run all over you. And you could see a quick walk down in the dugout by Ryan Reed. He can't be pleased with what he's seeing. So now a runner on third here. Centea, that one off the knob of the bat, skipping out of the way. Down in the on-deck circle was Braxton Riley. Centea ahead here, 1-2. 4 hits already for the Cactus Rats. Here comes the pitch, and it's driven up towards Volcano. A hotter hop this time. Giacalone at first. Run won't count, but it's a 2-0 lead for the Energy City Cactus Rats. 1 in the second, 1 in the third. The Mavs playing from behind. It's something we've seen a lot from them this year. They overcame it last time they hosted the Swift Current 57s here at home. And this lead not as big for Energy City, but with the way that Sal Mata has pitched on the mound, you got to hope if you're EC that good things are to come as we get into a windy game here at Athletic Park.
Have you ever wondered if there's one thing that connects people from across our province? Something that connects the coffee shop to the spray park, or the brewery to the rodeo, the campground to the sports field. It's pretty amazing when you think about how it's all connected, because it truly is. And it's all we think about, so you don't have to.
Jo, das ist you going?
Yes.
Can I join you guys? All right, let's go.
Whether it's on the ice or on our app, always play for the fun of the game. Gamble responsibly with Play Alberta.
Johnny Volcano, our first batter here in the third inning, in the Mavericks down a few. This isn't what anybody expected coming into this game. Volcano, a new and improved stance for 2026. Used to start with the bat directly on his shoulder. Now he hovers it a bit more, and he just missed an extra base hit there as he was off to first. Ball will drift foul into right field. So 0-1 here against Sal Mata. Gotta love Mata's quick approach on the mound. Something we want to see out of all pitchers. Mata attending Owl Hollows High School in New York, and only one MLB player has ever come out of there. That was James Norwood, who's with the Cubs and the Padres, Phillies from 2018 to 2022. He was also a pitcher similar to Mata. Of course, the University of Iona, you know a lot about that school. They made the NCAA tournament a couple of times. Rick Pitino, famous head coach, was a part of their basketball program there. And down on strikes here, 3 consecutive, is Johnny Volcano. And the Mavericks have not shown up. That's just the bottom line. It's still early, but it looks like a confused group out there. Nate King doing the catching duties in this game. He's been really good at the plate this year. We'll talk about more of his production. As a interesting swing there from King, handcuffed. Waiting on deck behind King here will be Josh Stark. It'll be his first bat of today. Got one yesterday, and a swing and a miss behind there was King. Already ready to go here is Mata. King gets the signal. Rather, Mata gets the signal. King waiting on it, and he's going to bounce this one near second base. A long play. Cervantes to first, and he makes it for the second out. Mowing along here is the Energy City offense. They had extra time to watch tape yesterday. I guess both teams did, but it's paying off more so for the Cactus Rats. Josh Stark, a confident approach at the plate, willing to swing at anything, and when you can do that and make contact on just about any pitch, that's what's really important. Mata waits for his arrival. Here's the first pitch, and it's going to land for a strike to Stark. Stark knows what he wants as well. He's a selective hitter, but he's willing to give a big swing. Maybe his best trade is working back in counts. In his first couple of at-bats of the year, we saw him down 0-2, and he would battle and battle and battle and then put something through a gap. Nobody on here for the Mavs. 1-1 to Stark. And a high one again as Matt is trying to get him to swing up top. Sal Mata in this game alone has been better than any of his previous appearances. We haven't gotten a long way, but that ERA will be going down as this one continues. And Stark, a sharp one that loops all the way over into left field. I'm not sure you could place it any better for the man that was out there in Burnett. And an unfortunate hit there for Stark. That's 2 in a row where he's made good contact against Energy City, and he's just put it in the wrong spot. So that'll do it for the bottom of the third inning, and it'll give us a chance to take a look at our head-to-head team-wise for today, what these bunch bring into this. And it's 5-6 for the Mavericks this year, and a record that they haven't seen to start a lot of seasons. That's because they've been really hot out of the gate, and that includes last year, in which they went on an 8-0 run at home. They were 10-2 at one point. Blowing the doors off of the WCBL is kind of a surprise team. And Energy City, I think they're a surprise in many ways because you never know what to expect with their group. You don't know who's ever going to be in the lineup because they have lots of moving parts. Their record has stayed underwhelming since they came back in as the prospects, then transitioned to, of course, the Cactus Rats, and they're 2-4 coming into this game. Neither team has played each other this year. The run differential is huge. 44 runs scored for the Cactus Rats. They have 2 in this game, so move that up to 46, and 103 for Medicine Hat, whose problems really have been on the mound this year. It has not been their ability to cash in runs. They've had some of the league's best batters, including Nate King, Josh Stark, and of course Carter Roth, who was an all-star last year. And Blake Dale's numbers, who we'll talk about more as this game goes on, have been the best of his 3-year WCBL career. Braxton Riley, the DH who struck out his first time around, will make his second plate appearance of the day, and speaks to how well Energy City has been able to navigate around their lineup, and part of that has been how they've done on the base path, as this one is fouled away with Riley being behind. Top of the 4th inning here in Medicine Hat. Diego Centella won't be credited, of course, with the first inning and one, I guess you could say, with Myers, those being his stats from yesterday. But the 2 runs that have been scored here today, those do belong to Centella. And a strike there for Diego. It'll be a 1-2 count. Centella, once again, not able to get any batters to chase on that side, and it's been working to Energy City's advantage, running the base path with rampant speed and holding off on any pitch away here from Centella. That time, Riley unable to do so. He'll run to first. King will deliver a higher one to Giacalone as he juggled to keep that in his glove, and that is out number 1 here in the 4th. Wanted to mention again, this game will not be the 7-inning game. It could be an 8-inning game if the mercy rule comes into effect at any point. It'll be next game that is a shallower one, as that game could go 6, of course, with the mercy, but 7 is what we're going to keep it at for now, and we're hoping that 7 o'clock will be the official start time of that game. Of course, we have to get people in and out and things reorganized, the lineup sent to each side, new pitchers to warm up. It's a bigger process than you realize, and just getting to be around the office yesterday when the rain delay came into effect, I got to learn a whole lot more of what goes on behind the scenes and what you just might not know. You think about tickets and 50-50s and the whole yard. That pitch just misses, and so it'll be 1-1 here as Centella battles with Carson Burnett. Burnett reached his last time at the plate. Centella. This one's going to be grounded to Roth. He's one of the best defenders in the league, and he shows it off there. A strike to first, and we've seen that diving play and the quick ability to get up and deliver a throw from Roth. And that will be out number 2, and Centella will be sending his thanks Roth's way. So 2 out here, and nearing the bottom of the order for the Cactus Rats. Matt Verlack was on last time as well. In at second base tonight, he's up now. Centella, a broken bat, and the ball chopped over towards Roth. He'll get the 3rd out, and that's the quick inning that Centella was looking for. And Carter Roth leading the charge. 2 defensive plays. The 2nd out, as beautiful as they come, a dive into the dirt and a perfect throw over to Frankie Giacalone. Bat will need to be repaired here for Verlack, who's down 1, and the Mavericks down 2 here as we leak into the bottom of the 4th.
For more than 40 years, we've been there, helping Canadians find the extra space they need to grow and to create new memories. Sentinel Storage. Buy Canadian, store Canadian.
Sal Mata with a 3 and some change game that has been a peach for the lefty on the mound as he gets some taps from his infielders. And it's been an easy-going game for Mata. He's got a couple of strikeouts, and he's made the Mavericks batters look foolish, which hasn't been an easy thing to do throughout the league. Lots of walks this year for players on the Mavericks team, and that includes Evan Morrison, who's waiting on deck. He's near the top of the league in walks. Blake Dale here will take a strike. And an important strike one for Mata. That's how you load up confidence getting ahead against some of these dangerous batters, which includes the likes of Dale. Dale waits on it here, and he swings and misses to Mata. There's some days where guys just have it, and it looks like it might be Mata's tonight. Longer wait here from Mata, who's worked quick throughout most of the game, and this fouled off by Blake Dale, and we'll get a pause here from Ron Shuchuk, who looks over towards Energy City's dugout. A full load of games today in the WCBL. Not as many makeup games, at least this evening, but there'll be games played around the two provinces. Of course, this one happening here. Brooks and Sylvan will redo things, as yesterday it was a Brooks win and a strikeout there on 3 pitches for Sal Mata. If you hadn't heard of him before, you have now. He's K'ing up just about every Mavericks batter that he faces. As far as the rest of the league's games go tonight, Fort Mac will be off at their home stadium, playing off against the Lethbridge Bulls. Moose Jaw and Saskatoon will play at 7:05. Same can be said for Okotoks and Swift. And Regina and Weyburn, I think, are actually going to play tonight. They have been rain delayed the past few. I think Weyburn's fed up with it because they've only played 8 games this season, which a team like the Mavs has already played 11. This is their 12th. So logging behind are a couple of the Saskatchewan teams who have had the worst of the weather, and a flailing swing here from Morrison as the count goes to 1-1. And you have to feel bad because then some of the longer days stack up when you're playing doubleheaders like we have here. There's not as much time to get maintenance as another swing and another miss for Morrison. It's been that same pitch, an off-speed look for Mata. 1-2 the count. Mata already throwing, and this time he speeds it up, and he gets Morrison for the inning's second out. Carter Roth, 0 for 1. He had a ground out yesterday, which is a part of today's game. And for a guy that doesn't strike out much, he's facing a guy who's already struck out 5 and thrown 22 strikes out of his 29 pitches. Mata. He's going to get a chop off here from Carter Roth. And the tricky part is not knowing some of these pitchers. There's not a lot of film that you can go off of if they've had limited innings at college or they haven't been in a starter's role, which is the case for Mata. He hasn't played a whole bunch for Energy City. And so you almost have to go off of feel. Roth, a grounder over to Cervantes. He's got good speed, and Cervantes is going to drop it, so Roth is off to first. And finally a runner on here for the Mavericks, but it looks like it will be an error charge to Energy City. We'll see what they come up with here, at least scoring-wise. And as we wait on them to decide, we'll go to Eric Calder, who began the second day in this game. And it is an error charge to Micah Cervantes at short. The Mavs do have a runner on here for Calder. Calder up in the batter's box here. Mata spikes that in the dirt. A good play by Cartayana behind the plate. Calder having trouble with his pants. You got to think the laundry load would have been huge yesterday. Even with the water, it's all that dirt that gets onto players' socks, and I don't even want to think about what the crew had to go through here. Jeff Morrison does a lot of the laundry here at Athletic Park, as well as taking care of the field. It's got to be a nightmare scenario for him as Roth is back to first in time. That's 2 in a row from Mata to head his way. 1-0 here to Calder. wouldn't call this a favorable matchup for Eric just because it's lefty on lefty and a third consecutive throw to first from Mata here. Sometimes it's to delay time, but I don't think that's the case. I think just the threat of Roth to go is what's bothering him. Roth a stutter. Calder. This one over into right field, but it plays well, and it's brought down by Riley Quack for the third out. Continuing to work well on the mound is Sal Mata. He just can't stop. 5 Ks already as he gets through his third inning of work here in Medicine Hat. And guess what? There's some clouds in the sky, but no rain threatening. And Energy City threatening to blow this game wide open. They're up 2-0 in the first half. So the top of the order is looming here for the Cactus Rats, but first it'll be Micah Cervantes, who had the error in the last inning, which allowed Carter Roth to reach first base. He's the first base runner to reach here for Medicine Hat. And showing a bunt sign there was Cervantes. He pulled away, so it'll be 1-0. Cervantes, a quick adjustment of the bat. And now look back over to Diego Centella. Cervantes playing at Cal State East Bay this year. He only batted 179. It has been the opposite here with all of his success, batting in the 300s with Energy City. He had 87 plate appearances at school this year. And he's really good at working walks, and that shows here as he's been patient. The count will now go to 2-1 as Centella gets a strike in there. Played both baseball and football when he was in high school at St. Francis High School, as this misses here between him and Centella. The count 3-1. And he was the only guy on his college team to record one or more triple this year, so he's got that extra base hit power in him. And this one could be extra bases as it's beamed out over towards right center. It's going to be picked up by Evan Morrison and limited to a single. Good job by Morrison to chase that down. That could have been a lot worse, but Cervantes is on, and that's the 5th hit of the game for the Cactus Rats. I got to be honest with you. It is so weird to say Cactus Rats. Like, I'm not even really sure what that is. I believe it's a rat it lives in the desert. I've tried to do my research, but sometimes you see some of these teams just combining two things together that don't really work, and then they believe that it works. And I guess in Energy City's sake, their messaging towards their logo and their team name was always said that we're a hard-working, scrappy crew, and I guess a Cactus Rat seems like it would have both of those qualities, so it should fit as Furman swatting up high here, and that'll even the count at 1-1. Energy City, you have to love the uniforms with the bright green. That's a very appealing color, as Furman won't challenge on the high one this time. It's one thing with Centella. When he sees that it works, he will go back to it, as most good pitchers do. Centella missing to the other side now, and Furman will stay put. 3-1 with nobody out and one on here for Energy City. Centella back towards first to check on the speedy Cervantes. Decent crowd here tonight in Medicine Hat. The middle bowl is the most full as per usual, and a strike there as Furman thought he might have had first. The lower level a little more empty. That's usually where we see people pile up. Of course, all those fans that went to yesterday's game as Centella gets the backwards K. Furman, no challenge, and that's out number one via the K for Diego Centella. But to put into perspective why there aren't a lot of people in those spots, yesterday's game, couple innings, then it was postponed, and if you can't make it for today's game, you just can't make it, and your tickets are kind of left there to hang out, and so that is why there's less fans in this spot. The second game should be more like usual because there were so many sold ahead of time, and it should only be a 15-minute difference is what we're projecting from start time. Centella, quick head nod here. Runner going to go, and this one fouled back to the netting. Almost another stolen base for Energy City. And I didn't realize how aggressive they were till today. In yesterday's game, there wasn't a lot of stealing or steal attempts, but they've changed their outlook on things here today. Umezawa will head back to the dish now. He's behind 0-2. Centella with 4 Ks and just the 1 walk. Couple of runs given up. Count will move to 2-1 here. And a strike-throwing pitcher is always what Centella has been. He's good at getting swings and misses. Centella trying to bring that down was King. He can't believe it. Held it there for an extra second. And the count will go to 2-2. One still on. A long leadoff here over at first. And a good job to check for Centella. Headed backwards was Cervantes. Not afraid about getting big leads here, our Energy City. And now the runner is going to go. This one is popped up again. Maybe a play for Giacalone. It's a long run, and that ball will drift foul. And so, no chance to steal again for Cervantes, who's held up at first base. Be hard to double up the Cactus Rats with what they've shown, so a ground ball won't guarantee anything here. This will be the 6th pitch of this at-bat. Centella, runner on the move again. He'll get to second, and a throw that nearly took the head off of Centella, and another free base for the Cactus Rats. And with just 1 out here, the Mavericks defense has to be kicking themselves. Clean baseball, it's something that teams preach over and over again, and that has been the opposite of what the Mavericks have been able to do here. Some pointing down towards first base by Ron Shuchuk here. Not sure what he's trying to communicate. Centella diving out is King, and after starting 0-2, that's 4 consecutive pitches that land for a ball for Diego. He'll have a meeting now with Nate King as a new batter comes up in Riley Quack. It was a 4-pitch walk last time around, and now Andrew Bench is going to come out to the mound and talk with Centella. Things going according to plan if you're the Cactus Rats, but a disaster on the other side for Medicine Hat, who look all out of sorts. There's been some games where you go down lots or you lose by a big margin. But I don't know if I've seen a team in the WCBL this off kilter to start a game. At least that goes for this year. There's been plenty in the past. So Nate King heads back towards his home behind the plate. Centella back to the mound as he gets set up. Mavericks looking for something on the ground here. They'll try and turn 2. There's a runner sitting over at third base and one at first as well. Centella. Long look. He's going to put that pitch down low. No swing from Quack, who's now seen 5 consecutive balls. Centella just does not want to allow him to swing. Centella, runner going to go again. That bounces off the mid of King. Over towards home plate. Diving out is King. And the runner's all the way over to third. Roth frustrated at third base as well. And Centella went over to help. King tried to dive out, and now it's a 3-0 Cactus Rats lead. And you think that the flip-up might be the play there, but electing to take it for himself was King. He thought he had enough time to get over there and make the play as it popped off of the front of his glove. Two 2-0 the count. Centella the pitch. Grounder over to second. And they're going to go to home plate here. King is going to get the tag, and he's going to get the out for out number 2. A bit of a risky play. It was guaranteed to be an out at first, but reading that well is Blake Dale, as he does so often over in his spot at second. David Simmons. All that chalk over at home plate setting up the batter's box has gone out of the way due to lots of sliding around. And that's not because it's wet down there today. It's just because of the commotion that has gone on here over the last couple of batters. Centella pulling King down again, and that will move more chalk off to the side. Pitcher warming up in the Mavericks bullpen, and it looks like it's Takeo Cervantes. His last inning here was really good. A couple of Ks in that appearance. Nick King is getting a workout down there. That's another one that he had to dive to. Centella is going to get a pop-up here. Going backwards is Blake Dale. He's going to leave it for Josh Stark, and Stark will make the play for out number 3. Wow, a messy inning for Medicine Hat again. The third time that they've given up 1 run in an inning this game, and it comes with some miscommunication and some lapses on defense. I don't want to sound like I'm coming off critical, but sloppy baseball is sloppy baseball, and it's been one of those days for Medicine Hat. Energy City all over them right now. The score still in range. It's 3-1. Sal Mata back out to his duties on the mound. Bottom of 5, no hits yet for the Mavericks. Frankie Giacalone, the right-handed batter, will set up here for Medicine Hat. It has been a slow day at the office. And a part of that has been Sal Mata as he gets Giacalone leaning again. He'll foul this over top of Athletic Park. And for the Energy City Cactus Rats, the game plan coming from their longtime head coach in Jordan Blundell, who's been here since the Edmonton Prospect days, and he's been in the league since he was with the Sherwood Park Dukes. He won Coach of the Year in 2008 with them as Giacalone a swing and a miss. Seemed like Giacalone was going to tear things up when he first entered the WCBL, but he's gone quiet here in a couple of his home games. And already a strikeout today. He's behind here 0-2 as Mata fills up the zone. Here comes the third pitch. Giacalone puts that one into the netting. Ball boy out to grab it, and Cartayana was calling for the ball back. Mata. Couple of quick jumpy steps on the mound. And moving out of the way was Giacalone, but instead it's a strikeout and the first out. Roaring through this Mavericks lineup is Sal Mata. This is one of the better pitching performances I've seen as of late here. Carson Chan steps into the batter's box for a lefty-on-lefty bout. and already one out. It has been getting the first out that has served Energy City well. And a strike there is the crowd not a fan of that call at all. You can hear some oohs and ahs down below, and that's becoming a more apparent theme of this game. Mata. Chop foul there from Carson Chan. He goes to the left side. Sal Mata commanding on the mound, and as a hitter, you feel like you're never going to figure out when it's a guy that's this locked in. Mata back again. He's going to get a ground ball over to Verlack at second, stretches to first, and that's out number 2. Chan came cruising in. He got close, but Verlack speedy there at second base. So another quick 2 outs here for Energy City. It'll bring up to the plate Johnny Volcano. And the other positive part is, despite that Sal Mata is striking out lots of batters, and you would think, okay, the counts are going to be higher and he's going to have thrown more pitches, his numbers staying down, and because he didn't have to pitch the first inning of this game, that's going to help him. He's going to get an extra inning to go longer in this one, and if Energy City can build up a 10-run lead, there's a chance for a complete game for a guy like Mata on the mound. Volcano. High pitch this time, so it'll go to 1-1. The only base runner that Medicine Hat had was with 2 outs, and it was Carter Roth off of an error. Mata, long swing, and that one is going to miss. It's called outside there. Mata thought it was closer than that. Volcano trying to keep another inning alive here for Medicine Hat. And a big swing and a big miss for number 11. Volcano quickly to the plate. Behind him is the 9-hole hitter and Nate King, a high one here, and a spinorama of sorts from Mata on the mound. He wasn't pleased with his efforts. Full count to Volcano. Volcano, this one fouled into the netting. Talked about Jordan Blundell on this coaching staff. How about the journeyman, Rudy Estrella? He's been in the league with now 4 separate teams. He was on Regina to begin things, then was the head coach in Brooks. Last year, the head coach in Swift. They opted for Jared Franklin this year, and so now Rudy Estrella joining the Energy City Cactus Rats as an assistant. Volcano, that one close to his arm. He'll take first base. The first walk of the night for Sal Mata. Just waiting things out was Johnny Volcano. That's been tough to do against a guy who's put a lot in the zone. See if this changes the rhythm here from Mata, and a little bit of adversity with a runner on. Umpire will re-up here as he's gifted a couple of balls from the ball boy. Mata, look over to Volcano. This one shot through the gap, and the first hit of the game is aboard for the Mavericks. A late inning rally. We've talked about how crucial those are for any team. If you can start to get things going with 2 outs, that's when you can change the game. And Medicine Hat will now bring their best batter this year up to the plate in Josh Stark. 0 for 2 in this game. He's put 2 into play, but they've both been gloved down. 1 at short, 1 in left. Mata ready for Stark. Stark enters into the batter's box. Mavs clinging to life here in the inning, and they've got something going late. There's a ball that dips to Stark, and the control changing for Mata on the mound. Confidence is key for any player, but especially pitchers. When you're in and around the zone and you're feeling it, it feels like you can never miss. But once a pitch or two goes offline, then you start to question. Stark, ooh, he fouled that one off his foot, and he's still standing, which is a positive. One and one count is shaking things off as Stark deciding to step out. Infield Looks like the middle infielders are playing pretty neutral, but the outfielders, they're playing very shallow. Could be favorable for Stark, who's hit the ball well, especially in this park. Pitch is going to be low here, holding off is Stark for one more, and now he likes what he sees at 2-1. 51 pitches thrown in this game for Mata. Stark. That one called a strike. Didn't offer at it, and it's to 2-2. At the conclusion of the bottom of the fifth, we'll take you through our player head-to-head tonight. And I can tell you both players are actually out there involved in this inning right now. Here's Stark. This one's going to take a while to get to Cervantes. He will send it over to first, and a ground out for Stark to end the inning. The Mavs leave 2 on, and they have just 1 hit on the day. It's a 3-0 Cactus Rats lead. And let's take a look at our player head-to-head of the game. We talked about 2 players that were involved, and talk about Micah Cervantes, who made a couple of throwouts in the last inning. He's batting .389 coming into today's game with 7 hits and a .450 on-base percentage. The on-base percentage a bit better for Nate King, who has a .543 on base, 10 hits and a .500 average, which is in the top 5 in the entire league. He's only trailing a couple of players, and one of those is Maddox Shaver out in Sylvan Lake, who has been dynamite for the last 2 years. He was in Brooks and was an all-star, picked up by Sylvan, which seems to happen to a lot of their superstars. You think of Jonah Weisner, the former MVP, Anthony Gilbert, who won a batting title, and just following in their footsteps is Shaver this time around. And for King, he's trying to keep pace with that. He's only had 2 plate appearances tonight so far. And that same can be said for Angel Cantayana, who comes back up to the plate. He's 1 for 2 tonight. And he got on yesterday when the game was officially rained out. Top of the 6th inning already, and I feel like I'm repeating myself, but it's important to make the listeners here aware that this is not a shortened game. This one will go all the way. Next game, you got to be aware that it is only 7, and each team will have to be ready for that as well. If you can think back to it, the 7-inning game from last year when Xander Roberts was on the mound, it allowed him to pitch a complete game, which very favorable for the pitchers, those shorter games, and hitters. Of course, if you're lighting it up, it's always good, and if you're in a bit of a slump, of course, less innings will only hurt you. Centella in to start the top of the 6th here. There's still a guy warming up behind him in Takeo Cervantes. Centella so far 3 and 2 innings pitched in this game, 4 Ks, 2 walks, and now he's thrown over 70 pitches. 0-1 count here as he looks down at Cartayana. And Cartayana will foul that one off. He's behind 0-2. Centella. Back to Cartayana. Trying to hold that up there was Nate King and an aggressive throw back up to the plate. It hasn't been that they haven't been on the same page, but for a lot of this game, the control has been less than ideal for Diego Centella, is fouling that off. Is Cartayana. So 1-2 count here. Nate King a little stung up behind the plate. Chatted with Nate yesterday about not knowing what the Cactus Rats have to offer because he hasn't played them much, and he says it's super internal for us. We're just focused on what we can do. We're not really worried about who we're going to play. Volcano scoops that one up, sends to Giacalone, and a solid throw there from number 11. That'll be out number 1 in the inning. Braxton Riley, the DH, struck out to begin his night. He'll be the next guy to see Diego Centella, and he's 0 for 2 when facing him thus far. Carson Burnett, the catcher, will walk in after him. Carson Burnett's had a pretty good night. There's a strike for Centella, and that speaks to the tone that he wants to play with. First pitch strikes, get the hitters off balance. Centella will double dip here as he generates a swing. Braxton Riley, mainly an outfielder, DHing today. But if you're ever looking for him defensively, that's probably where he'll be. There's lots of guys that can play anywhere, but looks like primarily for Riley, that's where he's going to hold court. Centella. Count reads 1-1 up on the board. Could have sworn it was 1-2. It's going to be 2-2 now. And Centella will take a second here. Flash up the signs over towards Nate King. Centella. Here's a high bouncer that Roth will point foul, and it lands there. It's Bark in the Park day here at Athletic Park, which means dogs are allowed to come into the stadium, and there's a few. There's one directly in front of me here, which is kind of bothersome. It keeps popping up in the air. No, it is not Airbud, but it actually kind of looks like it. I believe it's a golden retriever just below. Now, I've never had a dog myself. I'd like to have one, but, you know, you can't always get what you want. Centella. Swing and a miss, and he has had Riley scrambling all day long, and a big K there as that moves him up to 5 on the day. We've raved about how good Salmata has been at finding the strike zone, and I think it's because of the awkward start for Centella that we haven't talked more about him getting lots of swings and misses. And now up to 80 pitches, he's got 5 strikeouts on the day. If you're looking for someone that could lead the league in Ks, it's Centella who you might look to. And he gets a swing here for Burnett to start things off. Of course, when Centella himself talks about people who will be up high in the strikeout category, Weston Walls is the first name that he always mentions. And pitchers around the league rave about what Walls can do, and we watched him here at Athletic Park pitch a complete game. Oh, a beautiful floater going off speed there was Centella as he lands another strike. Talked about Mata's allegiance to the Yankees. It's the Dodgers, another powerhouse that Centella cheers for as he gets another swing and another miss. Turning up the temperature is Diego Centella. The start may not have been pretty, but he has finished strong, and now he's got 6 Ks on his day. We'll see if we get him for a 7th inning here from Athletic Park. Energy City, however, they have kept the Mavericks down, and they've done so to some of their best hitters, which includes the likes of Blake Dale. This is Dale's final ride with the Medicine Hat Mavericks after a 3-year stint, this being his 3rd, and he has started to move up the ranks in the WCBL in several stat categories. And it's not just limited to these. If you go look at the WCBL leaderboards on Ball Clubs, the official scoring app of the WCBL, you're going to read Blake Dale's name a lot. And primarily where he stands out are in the at-bats category. He is first with 59. He's 5th in the league with hits in 17, 4th in the league with 14 RBIs, and 5 doubles as well. He's tied for 2nd, and I believe there's like 4 Mavericks tied for that category. Carter Roth is a part of that bunch. But the tale for Dale is that the offense is starting to boom, and we always know how he's been with the glove. He's a guy that's going to get you an out when you need, and he's not going to overcomplicate things. And what perfect timing as Blake Dale will begin the bottom of the 6th inning, and he will see Sal Mata for another go-around. Blake Dale 0 for 1. Here's the pitch to Dale. He's going to pop this one foul. Struck out his last time up. Only takes 1 inning, and teams that have played the Mavericks have shown exactly that. A couple of big numbers on the board. Medicine Hat did that against Swift Current, and they also did against Moose Jaw. Both of their games have come with innings where they've knocked everybody's socks off, and more importantly, the other teams. It's 0-2 here to Dale, though, is shaking in his socks as Mata throws another fastball, missing this time. 1-2. Mavs are near the top of their order. Dale is going to get weak contact. It's over to 3rd. A quick throw, and it's right on the spot. It's a little bit of confidence there as ranging over from 3rd base to make that throw was Umezawa. And that's what's been talked about with CJ Umezama, is that he is likely the best hitter on their team, but he's quick with the mitt, and he has a really strong arm. And that little underhand throw, that flick of the wrist, has become his trademark. And we've seen that grow within the game of baseball, but Umezawa does it the best. 0-1 here to Evan Morrison, who struck out last time up. And that one a bit low, trying to hold it up there was Cartayana. Shaking off several pitches here, and now finding one that he likes is Mata. And that one spikes into the dirt. So a rare favorable count for a Mavericks batter. Medicine Hat needing a spark, just one hit here today. Mata gets Morrison to foul that one off. The Mavericks, since they've joined the WCBL, they've really only played one place. It's right here at Athletic Park. They had to change locations during the flood. Completely different story for Energy City, and we'll get to that after this pitch. Mata, high one. That one sails all the way to the backstop. But here's the run of parks that the Prospects / Cactus Rats have been on in their existence. They played at Centennial Field number 9, Remax Field, John Fry Park, Legion Memorial Park, so those 4, and then they were at Henry Singer Ballpark last year, so 5 ballparks in total. As swinging and missing there is Evan Morrison, another strikeout in this game for the big lefty. It'll send up Carter Roth with nobody on, reached in his last time up. Roth, always one pump against his shoulder, then a second a minute later as he grounds towards Cervantes. Looking for a one-hopper, it's close, and it's there in time. They get Roth down the line. He's a little bit shocked, but Micah Cervantes playing a strong short today, and he's delivered a couple of throws right in the spot. Energy City, wow. For a team that we haven't seen very much of here at Athletic Park, they are surprising and delivering plays defensively that are right on the mark. Another one there, and another inning it looks like for Diego Centella. We'll check in with him on the bump when we return. Right out of the commercial break, Matt Verlack with a ground ball to Carter Roth. We don't even have time to introduce him. He's already out over at first base. And Diego Centella, you want to keep the pitch count down with things climbing up, getting towards the triple-digit mark, nearing 100. That's one way to do it. And the Mavericks will take that. As many innings as they can get out of their hybrid starter here, and a guy that they really trust is going to play well into next game and play well into this one as well. The game is not a hand yet. Still only 3-0 for the Cactus Rats, who have scored all 3 of their runs in 3 different innings. Now it's Micah Cervantes who's back up at the plate. We talked about how great his defense has been. And that speed, I can only imagine it would have played well on the football field back in his day, playing in Watsonville, California. Taking a second here is Cervantes, who's behind 0-2. Centea looking for the dagger, and a ground ball. Good play as Blake Dale will shovel that over to first for out number 2, and 2 quick ones needed for Centea and company, and they get them. Both Blake Dale and Diego Centea with similar messages. The end of this month is really important for their ball club. They got some matchups that they feel good about. And they talk about going into the playoffs hot, but you have to get into the playoffs. And with the Mavericks lagging behind a bit in the standings, these are important games coming up here against teams like Energy City, who are below 500, and Brooks and Swift Current. They don't meet Weyburn until later on. They're a 500 team this year at 4-4. 1-1 count here is Centea. Even with the batter and Furman. Furman with the pink sliding glove. You can see that poking out of his back pocket. No, that is not a checkbook, or it almost looks like the size of a phone book. If there's any kids watching, they probably don't know what that is. Here's Centea. 1-2, and no challenge there from the leadoff man in Furman. Alluded to this yesterday, but Steven not related as far as we know to Royals catcher Freddie Furman. Here's a ground ball towards Volcano. He'll take an extra second, step into it, and a 1-2-3 inning. The Mavericks, their last few have been pretty, putting up a couple of zeros on the board and limiting this Energy City offense. But they will have to go through Sal Mata if they want any chance in this game, and so far he has shut the door. Already back on the mound is every player trying to get this game to go along quickly. They're eager to get the second one started, especially Energy City, who are looking to climb back up to 500. They're 2 games off of that. A sweep today would meet them at that mark.
The live sports experience is changing. Teams and facilities are under pressure to provide online and in-venue entertainment. IKS Live has the right team to deliver. We provide service across North America and produce the best fan experience, in the seats or streaming to you. IKS Live continues to bring you the best seat in the house.
So thanks to that word from IKS Live, and we get back to the plate with Eric Calder. I think he's led off 3 separate times in this game, including the beginning to the new game in today's realm. I wanted to give you a weather update as well. It's looking like the skies will remain cloudy, as twirling out of that was Eric Calder, but there isn't supposed to be any rain, and that's the good sign. Clouds, anybody can deal with a couple of clouds in the sky and the temperature being a bit colder. But once there's rain coming down, then that causes a lot more uncertainty. And I think both teams thankful that we get to play ball here. Here's Mata. This time he labels a strike, and the count will be 1-1. Bottom of the 7th inning. No stretch this time around. I know they did play the song that indicates the 7th inning stretch, which is Take Me Out to the Ball Game. But there really isn't one in a makeup game like this. I think because the next game only has 7 innings, they wanted to at least pay homage to it in this one. And I think it's a part of baseball. You have to still do that once in a while. And there's a strike on the mound again for Mata, who gets it to 2-2. If both games were 7 innings, then you maybe do a 4th inning stretch. I'm not really sure who makes the rules, but I'm sure there's somebody out there maybe on Twitter that would come up with, I guess, what the extra rule is. And here's a roll over to short. Cervantes all over it. A low throw, but it's held up. And you got to talk about the work at first base from David Simmons. He's framed up a couple of pitches. You could throw him behind the plate because he has caught well over on that side. And I think making it easy on him have been his other infielders, but he's done well to hold up his end of the bargain. Frankie Giacalone. You know that he would like to have this day back so far. 0 for 2 and a couple of strikeouts for the big first baseman. High pitch here to Giacalone. Mavericks need base runners. That's the name of the game. And with just one hit in any game, you're probably not going to have any luck doing that unless the free passes are super high. Giacalone hoping to work a free pass here. It's 2-0. Late game rallies. The Mavericks haven't been in a space to where they have to come back very late. They've usually held the lead and then had it slip in maybe the last inning. It's kind of been the theme to their season. But a chance here to rally. They've got 3 innings to do it still. And it's probably better off that it's happening in this game and not the next, because Energy City would be looking to close it out if it was the second game of tonight's slate. Mata, after starting off 3-0, taking a pitch at Giacalone, and the count will be 3-1. 1 out already with a ground out to the shortstop. Giacalone, a bullet, and this one's got a bit of carry. Jumping out and making the play in center field is Stephen Furman, and positionally sound is Furman up the gut. That's a long way to go for Furman. That ball looked like it was twisting a bit in the air. And now 2 outs for the Mavericks. Sometimes you can put it in play. It just doesn't matter. The defense is going to cover. It's been some of the extracurriculars away from being at the plate for the Mavericks where they've really struggled, and that includes the 2 errors on defense. Carson Chan, 0-2 here. Was making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich before the game, and I asked him, I said, is this a part of a ritual? And he said, nah, I'm just hungry. There's some guys that have to eat the same things every game, and lots have crossed into Maverick land before, but that wasn't the case for Chan. Chan is going to foul this one off towards Chad Pig Martin over at first base, and Pig hasn't been on his grind this year. There's been a couple that have slipped through his hands. Might have to get Pig out there. Instead of throwing BP, he might have to take a couple of ground balls. 1-1 count here to Carson Chan. That one right at his face as he was down to one knee. Mata. He's putting pressure on these batters, always being ready. And he's doing the same to Chan here. 7 Ks for the lefty. A ground ball over to first. David Simmons has it, and he's got the out. Easy does it. David Simmons over at first base. This is as good as it gets for Energy City. They just keep putting things together. The defense has not cracked, and giving up just 1 hit is Sal Mata, who has 7 Ks on his day, and Diego Centella's evening will continue. He's back out for inning number 8. So as you know, we have baseball here tonight, but I did want to give a quick shout out. There's always events happening around Medicine Hat, and I learned earlier today, just before I went on air actually, that the Alternative or Alt Wave Music Festival is happening at the Mainliner Pub tonight. Now, this is not sponsored by the Mainliner. There's nothing extra, but I did want to give a shout out to one of the bands that is playing there. Retcon is their name. They originated in Calgary, Alberta, and one of the players in that band is someone that I know that actually comes from my program at Mount Royal University that I graduated from in the broadcasting sector, and his name is Phil Tremblay. He does PA for the Mount Royal Cougars soccer team and their courts teams, and he plays in the band Retcon, who are playing at Altwave tonight in Medicine Hat at the Mainliner, and there's plenty of other local bands who will be playing there as well. So if you're in the area and you're interested, head down to the Mainliner for some live music and entertainment. Diego Centella, an entertaining day on the mound for him as well, as he's out for another inning, this time the top of the 8th. He came on in the 3rd inning, so I guess if you do the math and your math is better than mine, this is inning number 8, and actually I'm getting an update here as we speak that it is Takeo Cervantes who's coming onto the mound in this inning, and that Diego Centella's day is done. So with Cervantes out there now, he's going to start ahead 0-2, and we spoke about it. The last inning for Cervantes on the mound was some confidence back in his way. This is a guy who didn't play baseball for pretty much 3 years, and he was flame-throwing last time he was on the Mavericks mound against Swift Current in the 9th. 1-2 count here, and he is going to get some contact, but a foul off there. As it's Yumazawa at the plate, who's been sharp at third base. Just one ground ball his way tonight. Seiji Yumazawa waits again, doesn't offer. 2-2. Things really changed for Cervantes when he started to find the strike zone early in the count. And I know it's redundant and every pitcher talks about it, but for Cervantes especially, that was the turning point. Here's Volcano stretching across, and they get him down the line. So earlier it was the Cactus Rats getting one courtesy of Micah Cervantes, and this time it's Johnny Volcano who shows off the gun. Riley Quack, 4-pitch walk to start today. First time that he will see Cervantes. Cervantes at Ohlone Community College, and before that, as a Nevada native, it's a pretty big deal when you go to the University of Nevada and play for the Wolfpack. He was on their baseball team for a year, and I asked him, what's life like out there? Is the campus big? What's it like being on an NCAA campus? And he said that it was pretty wild. There's lots to do. Here's a pop-up. This one's going to leak all the way over into left field and now drifts back into center. Chan was running it down. It'll be Morrison who gets the final touches. So navigating well is Takeo Cervantes, and the Mavericks coaching staff have raved about him. Yesterday, Ryan Reed and Andrew Bench, they said there's something there with Cervantes. He's got all the tools. He just needs a little bit of time to get back into it, to marinate, and he's going to find his style again. He's going to get back to what made him so good prior, and we're just waiting on it. And it showed itself a little bit in that 9th inning, and they were super happy for a guy in Takeo that they really seemed to like. Count here 0-1 as Cervantes to it against David Simmons. What a day he's had at first base. There's been a couple of throws that have not been easy. He's made them look very easy on the receiving end. 1-1 count. Cervantes will miss here as he jumps off the mound. Sat down with Takeo Cervantes and Tanner Hale just before this game, and they're two buddies from Reno, Nevada. They played high school ball together, met when they were around 10 as this driven out to center field for Simmons, taken by the local product in Evan Morrison. Takeo Cervantes, I think he's got his swagger back on the mound as it's a 1-2-3 inning. He keeps his group afloat. The ship has not sunk yet. 3-0 still for Energy City. And I think that'll lead us into a new segment that we're bringing on for Friday nights. I was going to save this till a bit later, but I think it's the perfect time here. We talked about Reno. We talked about Evan Morrison with Medicine Hat. We always talk about Panama when it comes to Diego Centella, but a place we haven't talked about is Oakville, Ontario. And that is the birthplace of Eric Calder, who's been in tonight's game for the Medicine Hat Mavericks. The population is just over 200,000. It's the largest town in Ontario. There's, of course, lots of big cities down there, Toronto, Ottawa, those coming to mind. It is named after the town's large number of oak trees. So Oakville, oak trees, I guess that checks out. It's home to the Glen Abbey Golf Course, a former PGA Tour venue. I've actually had the privilege to visit there for the Canadian Open, which is now moved to a new course, but Glen Abbey hosted it for years, and it is the birthplace, as we said, of Eric Calder. And John Tavares, I thought I'd throw him in there as a Toronto Maple Leaf and secretly a star lacrosse player as well. So that is your community highlight of Friday night. Every Friday night we will be highlighting a player's community or university that is on the Mavs, and Eric Calder getting his number called today. Throw down to second base. Johnny Volcano will tap on his chest, make his way to a clean dish now as Ron Shuchuk down to make that thing pop a little more and appear. Sal Mata now into the 8th inning. So the Mavericks go to a reliever. The Cactus Rats not doing that. They do have a guy warming up. And Mata has been in it. Volcano going to tank this one over to right. It's going a long way. Has to be a diving play into the fence. And what a play it is for Riley Quack. I'm not sure how he didn't jam his ribs on the side of the fence, went in full speed, and making the grab and being able to not get knocked over by running into a wall. Both things very impressive. The awareness to make that play. What an execution from Riley Quack in right. So Volcano down after a fly out. It'll be the bottom of the order for Nate King here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Traffic on the bases continues to stifle the Mavs' attack here. The most they've had on in this game is 2, and they haven't had a guy reach third base yet. A shuffle to the side for Nate King, who's also an Ontario native, so he's very aware of Oakville, which we highlighted prior. 2-0 the count, and a high one now. This is the first signs of fatigue that we've seen from Sal Mata. There were a couple of flickers of his control turning on and off at points, but he was able to get right back on the horse and continue to ride. This time around, things have changed. It's a 3-0 count, and threatening to walk is King. Mata looking to get into the zone. He does. King will make sure to check on it with the home plate umpire. King takes a signal from Ryan Reed on his left, who is looking down to the bullpen as well. Some throwing going down there. Looks like it could be Miguel De Jesus. King fouls this off, and working back is Mata into a full count. Whether or not this ends in a victory for Mata, of course there's still an inning to be played after this. He's got to be proud of the performance that he's put up. Strikeouts have been his thing. Looking for another, and it's a walk to Nate King, just the second of the day for Mata. See if there's any rumbling around in the Cactus Rats dugout, or if they'll leave their pitcher out to work around this. Josh Stark. First time he's been 0 for 3 all season. I think he's had a hit in just about every game, and he's looking to keep that alive here. WCBL doesn't really track hit streaks unless you're going to go and look yourself and go through everybody's individual game logs. And that isn't an easy thing to do. And Stark is going to make contact here. They're going to say that this bounced foul first. It was almost a good sacrifice play for Stark. He would have put King into scoring position. Instead, King's back over to first base, and Stark will head back to the plate with an 0-1 count. Mata and Stark both step forth at the same time. Stark, and that one's going to hit him. So now there'll be 2 on for the Mavericks, and this inning starts to get a bit more interesting, especially with where the Mavericks are at in their order. Blake Dale will come up to the plate, and it's the first mound visit of the night for Angel Cartayana. So Cartayana will talk with his Iona teammate and, of course, Cactus Rat teammate in Sal Mata. Blake Dale, known for big hits in this park, known to show off a little bit of power every once in a while. He's got a home run here this year, and he likes to go to right field. Time is running out here for Medicine Hat. Dale back in. Music is turned down, and so we'll direct our attention to Mata on the mound. Mata, first pitch is a strike to Blake Dale. Some more aggressive warming up happening in the Cactus Rat bullpen. We'll get a number and a name as soon as we can. No, it's a right-hander. That's what I can tell you for certain. Dale, that one through the top of the glove. Both runners will advance, and now two in scoring position for the Mavericks. Nate King, the first guy to reach third today. And that changes the look here now for Medicine Hat. You're down and out all game, and if you can rally late, similar to what Regina did in this building in the home opener, you feel like you bring some momentum back for the next game. And when you're a team who's up, sometimes it takes, an hour or two to get over the tough loss. Neither of these teams have time today. This game one is crucial. Dale, high pitch again as he lets it fly by. And now we're going to have a mound visit here. And so Energy City, for the first time this game, showing a little bit of shakiness. And Sal Mata, you hate it had to be him at this point because he's had such a good day. I'm sure anybody who's watching, cheering him on, has been proud to this point. Where we stand right now, no runs allowed, so of course no earned runs come with that. He's pitched 6 and 1 innings, 7 Ks, 2 walks, and now he's thrown 90 pitches exactly in this game. Just a quick conversation there as manager Jordan Blundell will point down towards the bullpen, and I think his guy is ready to go, so this could be the last batter here for Mata. Evan Morrison is waiting on deck, and Carter Roth will be in the hole if we get to that point. Dale, a swing and a miss, and the count reaches 2-2. It's a successful day if Mata gets through this batter, at least for him. Mata likes the first sign. He'll stick with it. Dale, swing and a miss. A big strikeout for Sal Mata. And Jordan Blundell will say, stay out there a little bit longer. Mentioned Jordan Blundell's a former manager of the year when it was the WMBL. Of course, now WCBL with the name change. But he's had a successful baseball career as well. Played at the University of Jamestown. Is actually in their Athletics Hall of Fame as well. And then he got into coaching on Vancouver Island for quite some time. He was a GM and director of baseball out there. He's done a lot within the province of BC, and then took his talents to Edmonton when they were still the Prospects. Filled in and has taken the long journey all the way to where the bus is stopped now with the Energy City Cactus Rats, and a bit of a new destination and a new regime for this ball club. Morrison behind 0-2 here, and this is the most key part of the game for the Mavericks. If you can't get the next 2 runs in here, feels like it changes everything and that things are hanging in the balance. Mata, here he comes. He gets Morrison. What a performance on the mound for Sal Mata as his teammates sprawl out of the dugout to come and greet him. Sal Mata, 9 strikeouts, and that will probably do it for him today. Wow, the Bronx native shows up here in Medicine Hat, and he may have just punched his team's ticket to a victory in Game 1. Takeo Cervantes coming up next on the mound for Medicine Hat as we'll step away. A quick word from Stringham Law, and then we'll play one more inning in the first of this doubleheader.
For over a century, we've been more than just lawyers. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your strongest advocates. With locations across the prairies, we're everywhere you are. Stringham, your local lawyers. For over a century, we've been more than just lawyers. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your strongest advocates. With locations across the prairies, we're everywhere you are. Stringham, your local lawyers. For over a century, we've been more than just lawyers. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your strongest advocates. With locations across the prairies, we're everywhere you are. Stringham, your local lawyers. For over a century, we've been more than just lawyers. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your strongest advocates. With locations across the prairies, we're everywhere you are. Stringham, your local lawyers. For over a century, we've been more than just lawyers. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your strongest advocates. With locations across the prairies, we're everywhere you are. Stringham, your local lawyers. For over a century, we've been more than just lawyers. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your strongest advocates.
One more inning to play. Takeo Cervantes, as I mentioned before we went to break, getting a second inning in a row, and that hasn't become a theme for him this year with some of his struggles in his earlier appearances and then the quick appearance in the ninth last time. He has been really limited to just one, but seeing that he can put multiple together, that's going to be reassuring for his coaching staff, and their hope is that he gets through this and they can only use two arms in this first one, and then they can dispose of anybody in the next game. And, you know, one time I was told a bit of an interesting fact about these doubleheaders is that rarely a team wins two. Usually teams are splitting because one team will use up all their pitching to lock it down, or a team is going to use all their energy on one game. Eventually one team's going to tire out, and it's tough to get hot for two consecutive games, especially when they're stacked on top of each other. I'm wondering if that's going to come through here in this game as a bouncer, Carter Rothsway. Tough throw. Giacalone stretching, and he grabbed it. Oh, Carter Roth. I'm not even surprised anymore as he makes another play from third base after a solid hop off the start. And solid as in that it popped straight back up into the air and gave him troubles. So one down here. Cervantes will take that luck, and he'll take the big play from Carter Roth. Ron Shuchuk. There's some communication going on over at first base, and looks like Jordan Blundell is out there, and he's not pleased. You can see how worked up he is, standing real close to the first base umpire. I believe that is Adam Sims over there. Blundell will head all the way back out towards third base now. He gets in all the words that he wanted. Ron Shuchuk watching him, and it actually looks like he's now talking out towards Adam Sims. That's something we've seen in the past from Ron Shuchuk. He's going to get things adjusted, at least paper-wise. It could be a warning for the conversation. Those are allowed to be handed out at any time for any reason as long as there's probable cause for an umpire. And it looks like he's actually got a player down there helping him, which is something you don't see very often. This game being put on hold here. Blundell's staying in the game, so he wasn't thrown out, but now he's talking over at third base with Brian Stair about what just happened. So we return down to the plate. Cervantes. His pitch will land for a strike. And it looks like Dan Kawanishi is coming into the game, so a pinch hitter here for the Energy City Cactus Rats. Kawanishi, a right-handed batter. Cervantes back into his glove here. And Kawanishi from Austria. There's not a lot of Austrians in today's game. There's a lot of Red Bull drinkers, though, and funny enough, the Red Bull headquarters actually in Austria, the same country that Kawanishi is from. 1-2 count here. Cervantes, the one out. He's going to get a high chopper that will go foul. Giacalone not even going to contest it, and no point in contesting it either as that ball bounces by. Plenty of fans now coming into the stands, and they're trying to get into the second game here before the flood comes in. The turnover in between games is so fascinating, and You got a lot of people who aren't on the same page. Cervantes and King have been on the same page in this game, however, and it's another strikeout for Takeo. Say he's only got one here, but I could have sworn that he's got one more than that. So now it's 2 outs here for Cervantes. He's trying to give his team a shot heading into the next inning. And yes, there can be extra innings here. I know all the games are scrambled and the rules have been kind of changed in how we set up games, but yes, we can still go the distance. I think both teams are hoping that that's not the case. They just want to win outright. Energy City, the easier path to doing so with the 3-0 lead. Medicine Hat, they're going to have to make up 4 in the next or play for the tie with putting up 3. Cervantes is helping them out right now, and he's ahead 0-2. So just a quick heads up, we will have a 30-minute, it usually turns into 45, but 30 to 45-minute delay in between this game and the next game to get things reconfigured, everybody set up and ready to go for the second half. Sometimes even a jersey change is in order, and then we will be back with the action. So we'll hear from a couple of our sponsors during that time, and then James Tubb will be joining us for all 7 of the next game is what he has communicated my way. So we'll be excited to have him up here and chat with him for a bit. Cervantes hunts one more strike, 1-2. And he knows that side is favorable for Ron Shuchuk in his zone, but he doesn't get the call here. Count heads to 2-2. Carson Burnett is at the plate, which means that Braxton Riley was the player that was removed, so no defensive replacements have to be made for the Cactus Rats, as Kawanishi coming in the DH spot. Full count here. Cervantes trying to hurry things along, and he's done so in the first part of this inning. Cervantes, this one going to be sent airborne, and it's going to send both outfielders chasing back. It's Morrison and Stark. Stark will take it, so a battle of the Hatters out there in right field. Stark gets it done. Mavs trail by 3. 3 outs away are the Cactus Rats, who send a new pitcher onto the mound. We'll take a look at who it is when we return. Braden Leyva coming in to close here for the Energy City Cactus Rats. A 3-run lead that was stacked on in 3 separate innings. They got a run in the 2nd inning, a run all the way in the 6th inning, and then a run in the 3rd as well. That is where their offense has come from. Just 5 hits in this game. And, of course, that doesn't include yesterday's part of the pie. We're just evaluating what is here and what is now. 1 hit for the Mavericks today. Carter Roth will come back up to the plate. The only hit for Medicine Hat, I believe, belongs to Nate King. First pitch is a strike to Carter Roth. Something has changed in the approach for the Cactus Rats in filling up the strike zone. It's not something that has been a theme of their team. Outside of Oscar Moy, he's done a really good job. 9 strikeouts to 0 walks for him this year, but everybody else has been on the wrong side of the strikeout to walk ratio. Here's one that's popped up over into left. Should be playable, and it is. There's out number 1 in the most important inning here for the Cactus Rats, who look to get within a game of 500 before we flip things around and rerun the matchup. The DH up to bat is Eric Calder. And a look at the numbers so far this year for Braden Leyva. And the important part to know about Leyva is he actually hasn't pitched a game this year for Energy City, so he doesn't have any numbers. This is his first appearance of the season. Leyva nearly hit Calder. They're going to say that it did hit him. And a fortunate bounce there for the Mavericks. I don't know if Eric Calder would call it fortunate, though. Frankie Giacalone heads up his first matchup with Leyva. There's nobody warming up behind Leyva, so they're putting all of their trust in him here, our Energy City. Batting behind Giacalone will be Adam Volcano, so Carson Chan will come out of the game. Just this game, though. He could be in the next lineup. Leyva. Ball is dropped. And it looks like it's a ball as there was no motion from Ron Shuchuk that it was otherwise. Leyva with Calder on first. Wouldn't expect him to try and steal. There's a strike from Leyva. He'll tie the count at 1-1. Frankie Giacalone mentioned that playing at home has not been something that has suited his eye so far. And there's a strike. He'll be behind 1-2. 0 for 3 today is Giacalone. So interesting for the entire 2026 season. Run scoring has not been the problem for the Mavs. Today, the complete opposite is this ball is popped up out to right field. Should be playable for Riley Quack. He's got it above his head, and the Mavericks are down to their final out with just Eric Calder on base. And here's the switch up, so home plate umpire will communicate with Adam Volcano and confirm that a change has been made. So we'll go from Johnny to Adam here in the bottom of the 9th with 2 outs. If Adam Volcano does have to come in defensively, it looks like he'll be in left field. He's played all of the outfield spots, so there won't be anything new to him. Volcano. Quick tap of his shin, and now he steps in left-hand side. First pitch is going to be a strike, and now the Cactus Rats 2 away from closing the game. Braden Leyva. Leyva shaking off several pitches here, and now he's got one that suits his eye. Leyva. And here's one that is shattered over towards the right side. Calder is going to be stopped up at second, and the Mavs have 2 base runners. And the tying run in Johnny Volcano will come up to the plate. So Medicine Hat has made things interesting in the 9th. Waiting on deck is Nate King. Then Mavericks, if they have to, will flip over the order. But they're just looking at getting 1 run in to start here, and you got to look back to the bottom of the 8th when the offense finally started to jive a bit. They left 2 runners on, 1 at third and 1 at second, 2 in scoring position. You can't get away with that and win a lot of games. Leyva. Calling things off there is Shuchuk, so it'll be 1-0 to Volcano. The bases get loaded here, and you bring Nate King, who's a near 500 hitter, up. I would say that's when things start to become interesting. Here's Volcano. This should do it. A ground ball, and it's going to bounce off of a shoulder. And a mistake base running wise, and that will end the game. Overrunning it was Adam Volcano, and that will do it. The Mavs lose on a base running error. They would have had bases loaded for Nate King, and Energy City takes the first of our doubleheader here at Athletic Park. It's a continuation of the game that was played yesterday, and they didn't have to score very many runs. 3-0 the final score, and I can't imagine what the Mavericks dugout will be like right now. But all smiles on the other side for Energy City, who get one back and finally break their losing streak. 3 in a row downed coming into this game. They know that they're going to see Okotoks tomorrow. They feel like their best chance is against the Mavericks, and a great effort. And it started with Sal Mata on the mound, throwing strikes, getting up early, generating swings and misses. He did a good job of that. Diego Centella on the other side with 7 Ks of his own, being able to get a couple of swings and misses. And that was the story of this game, was the play on the mound from both sides. Mata had a bit of the edge, and that gives Energy City the edge in this game. So we'll be back in around 30 minutes here. Don't go anywhere. You don't have to switch your links or change your streams. It will all be on this one very spot. And until then, we will get you prepared when we come around and get some lineups for that game, give you the information you need to know before we get into it. First game goes the Energy City Cactus Rats way, 3-0. Part 2 of today's story is about to get underway here from Athletic Park. The second game of a doubleheader between the Energy City Cactus Rats and the Medicine Hat Mavericks on Bark in the Park night. So, of course, we're going to have some dogs throwing out the first pitch. Not literally. They're just going to make their way. Airbud is not here. He didn't get the invite, or at least didn't accept the invite. But we got more baseball. Only 7 innings, however, in this game because of the rain-delayed game from yesterday. We're trying to get this all in and not be here till midnight for the players' sake, the fans' sake, and, of course, staff members' sake as well. And even the dogs, I guess, today, as we include them into this fold. And so it will be an interesting one. 7 innings, a little less time to work for both teams. But after seeing how last game went, there's lots of pitchers available on both sides. Each team only using 2 arms coming into this one. And for the Energy City Cactus Rats, their look as far as offense, and I guess you could say defense, goes far from the same. They've made a lot of changes in their lineup. On the Mavericks side, it's almost exactly the same. Just a change at catcher as Jaziel Grudelars checks into the game. And a new man on the mound, of course, and that is Julian Picorni, who's made 1 start at home. He was really good in that start. Carries a 0 ERA into this game with 6 strikeouts throughout his Mavericks career. The one-time All-Star. Back to it here from Medicine Hat. And a new look order for the Energy City Cactus Rats. And unfortunately, with the doubleheader means no graphics, unless I was going to take the AI route, and that's not something that's really in the cards. So we're just going to leave it as is, and we will read you out the lineup and get you caught up as this game goes along. And one of the biggest changes is that I am not going to be the only one talking in this game. James, happy to have you alongside me as always. And yeah, good to be back here on Flow Sports for game 2.
Truman, do you know what's the happiest part for me is it's nice and sunny, and I think we're going to get a full 7 innings here of baseball. Or more. Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, there could be more always. Yeah, just because it says 7 on the scorecard doesn't mean we actually are capped at that. We could play less as well if there is the mercy rule coming into effect. So we don't really know how much we're going to play. James, you know you're going to be inside for this game and leaving your jacket in the car. I'm sure you're happy to be in the booth this time around.
It's a little chilly out there. Nice 14. The sun would help right now, but the first game was a little chilly for sure.
And a switch in the leadoff spot. It's been Stephen Furman's all year long. He's still in the lineup, but it's Dan Kawanishi, the DH who pinch hit at the end of last game, who will lead off here. They're going to go with a lefty look instead of a righty, James.
Yeah, change things up, and, it's good for Kawanishi. Got that at-bat, late in the game, and, just kind of get into the motions here coming into the second game.
Jordan Blundell. He's a guy that's not afraid to make massive changes or make these huge switches, rely on different guys, and he's shown that here. Ryan Reed going with the much simpler approach, as we mentioned, just replacing a catcher, and it'll be the same, which is interesting. After they only got 1 hit in the last game, he's expecting this team to wake up on the Mavs end.
Yeah, and I think the Mavs need that. They were really limited in that first game. Credit to the Cactus Rats pitcher in that one just to hold them at bay. Sorry, just looking up the name. Saul Mata did a really good job at keeping the bats quiet, and the Mavs are going to try to get back in action and get a win here.
Yeah, 9 strikeouts for Saul Mata as Julian Picorni will even the count up here, or I guess get the count to full in his first matchup with Kawanishi. Saul Mata, a guy who came in with an 11 ERA, and James, you were shocked. He put on a heck of a performance.
No, he looked real good, and it looked like mid-90s from the left side, which is really hard to face, and he did a really good job with it.
Josh Stark trying to go up the ladder will catch it off the bounce, so no out in the air, and a tough play to make for Stark to begin this game. And the lights coming on pretty early. I'm not sure if that's a fluke or a malfunction. Don't think it impacted that play at all, but a leadoff double here for the Cactus Rats.
Yeah, if you're Energy City, this is how you want to start it off, right? You had the momentum in the first game, got the win, really held the Mavs quiet, and, to start this one off with a leadoff double, they don't really ever leave the driver's seat here.
And disappointing for Diego Centella, a great performance for him. 7 strikeouts, as mentioned in the last broadcast. He's going to be at the top of the strikeout leaderboard for a lot of this year, but he couldn't get the win again, and that was because the run support just was not there for the Mavs today. And it's not like Energy City had 1,000 hits. They had 5 for most of the afternoon.
Yeah, that can be frustrating for a pitcher, right? You put it all out there, and pitch as well as Centella did today, and just can't get the win or can't get rewarded with some runs.
Picorni. Lunging over there was Grudelars. We saw a lot of that from Nate King, who was active behind the plate.
Yeah, he had a lot of work there. Centella early in the game just couldn't get that slider to stay in the zone. It was going in the opposite batter's box, and Nate King had to be pretty active back there.
Picorni. Quick head shake, and this one will land low. He's behind here 2-1. You were down there at field level during last game, and you talked to Julian Picorni. You said that chatter before the game for him is important.
Yeah, he just liked just talking, kind of ease into things, and not have to think too much about the game ahead. We talked a little Knicks. He's a Knicks fan, Yankees fan as well, and as well as what his dad does. Working for Fanatics and working with NFL cards, I believe it was, and just kind of anything, right? Get to know Julian and see him pitching here right now.
Picorni, the 2-2, and this one is fouled off as he looked to pin strike 3. And speaking of pins, he is actually a proud pin collector he was telling me about. I didn't get to see a picture when he was talking about it the other day, but quite the unique family. Fanatics and pin collecting, that's right up my alley. And card collecting, too, as an avid, lifelong hockey card collector. I mean, I feel like I'd get along well with the Picornis.
What's your top hockey card? What's your prized possession?
Oh, well, I'll let Picorni pitch here, and then I'll let you know as this one's off into right field. A busy start to game 2 for Josh Stark. And runners are on the corners for the Cactus Rats. Oh, that's a good question. Because I have some cards with signatures, but I would say I got a Tim Hortons jersey card that is like it was a 1 in 150 back when, because they still do the cards with the coffees. And getting Tavares being a Leafs guy and having it be a jersey card and having it be rare, that's the one that's near and dear to my heart.
That's pretty special. I've never known anyone that's got those, and you always thought you could get it with the Tim's draws, and I'm glad you got it, Truman.
It is a thing, and I'm not sure if they do that in the States, but hockey cards with a coffee is something that comes around once a year up here in Canada. So 2 runners on, no outs yet for Picorni. This is not what we're used to seeing from him, is a shimmy and a shake out of the way for Riley Quack. He was walked in his first plate appearance last game. It was a 4-pitch walk, so he hasn't had a lot of chances to swing the bat today. Picorni still trying to find that edge here. High to Grudelars. Picorni, there's going to be a mound meeting here already. Ryan Reed is going to head out to the bump. Maybe just try and calm his starter down. We saw this in a game previous here when the Mavericks were at home. Just trying to get your guy settled in. Tell Picorni still trying to feel a bit loose. Maybe he should have had more conversations before the game if that's the good luck charm. But we know his stuff is premier. He's shown that throughout the league. He doesn't need to talk about or show off every single game how good he is because it's proven. You can go look at the stats. He's a guy that has never had an ERA above a 4 within the WCBL, and that speaks volumes. So you hope for him that he's able to figure it out. And Ryan Reed raved about him when he got him. He said, I can't believe that we were able to get a guy like Julian Picorni, who is just looking for a place to play this year. And now he's here, and he's had 2 really good outings, one in relief and one as a starter. This is the 3rd time he's gotten into a game for the Mavericks this season. Picorni, the 2-1, and he'll even the count at 2 apiece. The way that this game has trended for the Mavs, it hasn't been in their favor at all. They've had looks here and there, but if Julian Picorni can get out of an inning where there's 2 runners on and leave a clean slate, that's something that can change the tempo of this game and then really force Energy City to question themselves a bit and give the Mavs some of that much-needed confidence back. Runner going to go here. Grudelars, great arm, down over to second, and they get him. Jaziel Grudelars. If you're not familiar or you're new to the program, welcome to the Grudelars Show. It is a firing range out there. He has one of the best arms in the WCBL, and he puts it to use here to get the first out and help out his arm on the mound in Picorni. One out here in the top of the first, full count. Chance to double down a little. 2-for-1 action. Pokorny. And that one is a strike, so the 2-for-1 complete. Buy one, get one for Julian Pokorny and Jaziel Grudelars. That's teamwork if I've ever seen it. And David Simmons talked about his defensive work at first. So sound. Made so many plays that were not easy. A couple of throws that were not in ideal places, but he seemed to shift around well as he's going to pull this one foul. James, you stepped out for a second, but I'm not sure if you saw what was unleashed by Jaziel Grudelars down there from behind home plate.
That was quite a throw. And yeah, sorry for stepping away, Truman. The
No,
newspaper business doesn't end.
I just wanted to make sure you saw it.
I did. That's
it was
good.
So good.
You know, that's what Ryan Reed has talked about with Grudelars, is his arm and how he's able to unleash it. And, you know, that helps here. It gets, Pokorny here now. He's got 2 outs and 2 strikes here. You know, he can quickly work out of what was looking to be a big inning here for the Cactus Rats.
Pokorny, a deep breath, and he's back to getting ahead in the count. Fresh delivery here to the home plate umpire, who will stock up his pockets filled with balls. Pokorny, a longer wait, and the sun is really starting to beam on now. You mentioned, James, a good night for baseball and that it should behave, and it looks like it has. Here's Roth, higher one. Giacalone juggled it and dropped it. There's a lot of ways that you could describe that, but incomplete is the word I'm going to go with on the juggle there from Giacalone. I think he thought it was going to be higher than it actually was, and maybe that sunlight, not playing here a lot, has come into effect.
You know, you see Carter Rose signaling down more, and Giacalone agreeing to down, and I think, Truman, you're right, the sun just caught him in the eyes there, and that's a tough one for Julian Pokorny. He did everything to get out of this inning, and, you know, sometimes it just doesn't work, and it didn't there, and now the Mavs trail, and he's got to try to, get another third out here.
Well, and that last throw had some bite on it. That's a frustrated throw from Pokorny. He's not going to be charged with the earned run, so still no earned runs on the year for Pokorny, but it's not what you want to see, especially after you gave up a run early on in the last game today. You want to be able to get ahead of that, get into a role of throwing zeros up on the board defensively, and the errors continue to stack up for the Mavericks. This has been a sloppy last, I guess, how many innings are we in today? 8 innings today? Yeah, last 8 innings. Runner going to go here. Grudelars. They're going to learn at some point, aren't they? Got him again. Jaziel Grudelars, how do you do? And that ends the top of the first inning. And the Cactus Rats, they get one on the board, but 2 steal attempts failed. I'm going to be watching some tape on Jaziel Grudelars after this. Phenomenal.
And he ran on. He knew. It was like a quarterback throwing a dart right to the end zone. He knew it was going in, and he was off the field celebrating there in the dugout. I think right at the same time the out was called. So what a throw, and for the Mavs bats, hopefully they can be as electric as that arm was there.
What quarterback would you compare that to in the NFL? Because we got to compare one. Who's someone that throws a fastball like that Grudelars could be in place of in a couple of years?
I'm gonna say Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not much of a Joe Burrow guy, but you're right about that he throws the ball hard.
Get him in that Cincy offense, and I think Grudelars can do some damage.
Fair enough. I was going to go with prime Aaron Rodgers, but that's my guy, so of course I'm going to. Anthony Richardson, another guy who, although he hasn't performed well, has been said to have had a strong arm. So a new arm to start this game on the mound for the Energy City Cactus Rats. And although Sebastian Meisner has kind of been preached as their ace, it is this guy that you got to watch out for, and it's the little sidearm action at times from Oscar Moy out of UBC that is intriguing. And he's coming from a tree of pitchers over there who have done well in the league. And you look at James Brock with Sylvan Lake back in the day being an all-star, Oliver Duthie the same, and Oscar Moy could be the latest to get his name into the big game, but he's going to focus on this game first as he will look towards home plate and see Josh Stark, who had a bit of an unfortunate last game. I think it's the first time this year he hasn't had a hit in a game, and it wasn't because he struck out a whole bunch or didn't make good contact. It was just he put it where the defenders happened to be. So it shouldn't take long for Stark to figure it out. He's still swinging the bat well.
And if you remember yesterday, hit the sharp ball to shortstop, in the first inning of the game that was rained out and continued, to Micah Cervantes, and he had to climb the ladder to catch that, and, part of the reason Stark finishes with no hits.
Stark behind here, 0-1. Oscar Moy going to miss to the far side. Catching change as well for the Energy City Cactus Rats. They go to Liam Kirsch in this game, who's a former Brooks Bomber. So this is just a bomb fest here. We got Nate King, we got Julian Picorni on the mound, and now Liam Kirsch in this game as well. So I guess a proud sponsor of this game is the Brooks Bombers.
No free ads.
No, yeah, that's true. But they are in the league.
They are.
Oscar Moy. Back to him on the mound. He's ahead in the count 1-2. Stark lines this one into center, and it's going to drop down. So this time it does end up in a good position for Josh Stark, and I'm sure that feels good after a game where nothing worked.
Can be denied in the game, but not on the day, and it's a good start from the Mavs here. Just get a hit and, get their hottest hitter working here in this game and see how that can carry on through the lineup.
So Blake Dale comes up to the plate, and he had a tough go of it as well. A couple of strikeouts, and those numbers have been high for him this year, but the batting average has kind of counteracted what has been seen in the strikeout category. Dale, he's going to send this one high, and it's got a little bit of movement, but it's more of a dance into center field, as that'll be the first out for the Mavericks here in the inning. And it's courtesy of center fielder, at least for this game, Stephen Furman, and he was there in the last as well. Evan Morrison. It was not his day, and I'm sure we could go down the lineup and say that about every player in the last one, but especially for Morrison, quite a few strikeouts in the game prior.
Yeah, he'll want to work back into this one and produce at the plates, and we've long talked about what he wants to bring and lead by the bat, and it's a good way to rebound. Don't have to wait a full day. They got a nice half-hour break, and they're back at it.
I should say a new home plate umpire here. Same umpiring crew from what I hear. I think the positions just have been shifted. Two are going to miss to Morrison here. He won't chase on either, and it's 2-0. Oscar Moy, not used to walking guys. In fact, he hasn't walked a guy this year. That's 3 in a row that end up on that far side. Not getting through a couple of his pitches here is Oscar Moy. Morrison ready for something to hit. A good count here, and that one he'll let slide by for a strike. Josh Stark still over on first base. I'm sure his numbers would have dipped, at least in the league rankings after last game, but a hit early here will help the batting average go back up. And that's something that you focus on early in the season. Everybody's batting average fluctuates so much. Once you get to the midway point or near the All-Star break, then you can start to see who it really is the most consistent hitter.
Yeah, once you hit July, right, and start getting to that middle of July where that All-Star game is, you know who's for real and who's gonna be at the end there for league awards.
So back to Morrison at the dish. Full count here with 1 out, and Josh Stark over on first base. Moy. And Morrison again will foul that one back. Morrison playing in center field for most of this weekend. He's usually at first base and had a quick stint at third base. I think it only lasted an inning. Here's Moy. Morrison didn't go, and he will work a walk. So for one of the best walk workers in the WCBL, he's got another here in the bottom of the first.
And that's a good spot to be after, having a game where you strike out and not your best day at the plate. Patience, prolong to the inning with foul ball, or with foul balls, and draw a walk and pass the torch, right? There's no one's trying to do it all, and now you get one of your better hitters here in Carter Roth up to the plate looking to do some damage.
And the first walk of the year for Oscar Moy, it is inevitable. Every pitcher is going to walk somebody. It's more impressive that he made it this far without a walk.
That's a pretty good start to the year for Moy, and confidence what comes with that, right? That you're not letting up free passes. Errors can happen around you, but he's doing everything he can to, keep either the ball in play or get outs.
He gets a swing and a miss there from Carter Roth, a 1.59 ERA from Moy, just the one earned run allowed. That's pretty good.
It's not bad. I don't even think I can replicate that in Be a Pro in MLB The Show, German. I'll be honest.
I had to step away. I just couldn't figure it out ever. Moy. This one has bounced off the bat of Roth and right down into the Cactus Rats bullpen, and there's already somebody warming up over there. An interesting tactic from Jordan Blundell if he's serious about getting off of Moy here early. Moy will readjust his hat at the plate. 1-2 the count to Carter Roth. And Roth going to pop this one upward. Should land in the stands, and it does just below. And 3 kids go after it. One in a green shirt getting absolutely trampled. And now you got to wear it in terms of landing on the ground. And your buddy's going to brag to you for probably a couple of years that he got the ball at the Mavericks game over you.
There was a dad just outside the fingertips. Couldn't quite hold on to it. And they're tough. The foul balls coming back like that. And to catch it, he's looking down at his hand now, maybe a little sore.
Some people were just not cut out to be ball players, James, and I think we found one in our audience. Roth lines this one to short, and a quick bounce off of Cervantes, and the bases are loaded.
No, I think it hit Josh Stark there, and he tried. That's at least what they're calling Ron Shuchuk out there, and he hesitated a bit, tried to get out of the way, and I think it just came up Truman and caught him in the arm. And, it's tough. We saw it when Moose Jaw was here. A runner got caught in the leg by a hard line drive. And
it was Ben Wallachek, you're right.
And that one, I stand down by the pole there with the netting, and it ricocheted off him. And that one, that's going to sting for Josh Stark in the sense that it hurt because that was a nice hit ball by Carter Roth. And, now there's 2 outs here. And, you don't really want to run into an out, frankly.
And one of the most interesting things is no contest from Ryan Reed. Here's one that's going to be close, and they're going to call it an out. Oh, that was awfully close, James. I'm not sure about that one over in right center, but I'm not an umpire. We're above here. We can't see like they can down at field level. And another no contest here from Ryan Reed, which I find kind of interesting because I think it was closer than it made it appear.
It was real close, and that's a tough one with no replay. And, I don't know if Ryan Reed was calling out to see if Ron Shuchuk, would ask for any help. He's not an umpire that will. So, it moves on here. And the biggest thing is for the Mavs in the first inning, didn't get runs, but, had some hits, got a bit of momentum and moving things on the base paths.
And I think the end to last for Pokorny, despite that he gave up the run, is a positive as well because it looked daunting. The darkness was creeping in, and he was able to emerge from it. And if he can get back into that swing in this inning and continue to carry that out, he's a guy who can log a lot of innings. The Mavericks got to feel comfortable.
For sure, and he just adds to that rotation that we've seen, bright spots from Derek Archer leading the way, as an older guy. He's top 6, in league strikeouts. That's big in there. We saw Cody Myers last night, what he could do in, he got 4 outs, so limited sample size, but he's a lefty that looks really good. So just keep adding to this rotation and this pitching staff, and, that's how you find success, is to have pitching that works and being able to roll that out each day.
Throw down to second. So we will begin, and we'll first head to, I'm looking at my lineup card, and I think that says that's a 23. I don't have a 23 on my roster. 22 is the call, so it will be Liam Kirsch. And those bright numbers, I should be able to see those really easily, but I guess it's harder than it may appear. So Kirsch, he recently joined the Cactus Rats. He wasn't with them to start the year. Pokorny, these 2 teammates last season. Pokorny probably pitched to Kirsch at some point.
Little batting practice or, early season work.
Pokorny down the stripe. He'll even the count at 1 apiece. James, do you think that it plays into Picorni's advantage, or do you think it plays more into Kirsch's advantage, facing each other, seeing what the other did throughout the course of a season? As Kirsch rips this over to Volcano, and I guess we have our answer. Picorni, even though there was a hit there by Kirsch that obviously got Volcano's way.
You know, it's tough because Kirsch is a catcher, right? So he maybe would have caught more. He sees how stuff's coming in. You know, if he can pick up the break on a pitch, you know, maybe is able to read how that's coming quicker. As a hitter, you know, Picorni would have seen at-bats by Kirsch and, you know, what he's going to swing at, what he chases at, what he doesn't. So it is, you know, I think it's the best of both worlds, really, for both. And a fun little challenge that Picorni wins this one.
And a challenge for Stephen Furman here. His spot's been changed up. He's no longer in the leadoff spot. Is that something that mentally maybe will impact him? I guess we'll have to find out, but I know consistency and routine for a lot of these ball players is something that's important and near the top of their lists. 0-2 count here to Furman. No offer there as that pitch was outside. Hikaru Akeda coming up to bat. He didn't play at all in Game 1. Picorni. Oh, that one had some juice to it. A swing and a miss for Furman, and I'm not sure he could have caught up to that one.
No, that was tough. That was an elevated fastball, which is, you know, the eyes sparkle at that, right? Because it's up there, but it's hard to get to, and you know, Picorni blows that one by him, and you know, he quickly gets to 2 outs again.
And not every pitcher can throw that. You have to have the velo to be able to do that. Picorni, we've already seen that that's something that's a part of his repertoire.
And control as well. You know, too high and it's over the catcher's head, and no runners on right now, so that's not a problem. Or you're hitting a guy, right, and then you're back to 0.
2 high pitches in a row now here for Picorni. Akeda, no swings yet. And that time he doesn't generate one either. A patient approach. 3-0 for a guy that likes to live around the strike zone. Picorni, that time he does get a swing and a miss. Ball's going to get away. And Grudelaars is going to throw down to first. He is begging that ball was in play. I'm not sure about that one, James. I don't know if he quite has a case.
I think sometimes you just got to try and sell it and see if you can change some minds. And you know, Jerziel Grudelaars was really trying to do that. And as he's walking back behind the plate, smiling a little bit. You know, sometimes you just gotta try to work it, make it happen.
3-1 count. Picorni dials it up. Here comes the pitch and a swing and a miss. He's back to 3-2. I gotta ask, James, is that the equivalent to flopping in soccer? With the World Cup going on, is that the baseball equivalent, trying to sell something for an out?
I don't think it's as disrespectful to the sport as... I'm not a big flopping fan, Truman, I'll be honest. There was a lot today in Canada's draw against Bosnia, so I'm going to say no, and we'll keep it respectful that way now.
Some Canadian pride here as Canada gains their first point ever in a World Cup. Akeda will pop this up, and it looks like that one will nearly reach ground level, but the net doing its job there near the first baseline.
You know, I like this. Picorni's fought back in this count, and a couple of really good pitches with the off-speed pitch away, you know, to get the second strike and not afraid. And he's not dancing around here. He's trying to just get the swing here from Akeda, but he's, you know, attacking him here and, you know, trying to get another strikeout on the afternoon.
Akeda waiting here. Did he go? No. Another one that's close. This has been a closely called first inning. And I guess we're now in the first half of this game. There's been a couple of calls that could have gone either way. The Mavericks got to be feeling like none of them have landed in their lap.
You know, and that's where you can't let frustration build. You've just played a game where a lot didn't go your way. Comes with a loss early in this one. Things not going your way call-wise, you know, inches-wise. And you just got to keep rebounding and keep, you know, whether it's getting in the zone, getting the right at-bat, and, you know, try to get back to a winning point.
0-1 here. Akeda with a long lead off, and we saw in Game 1, Energy City, they like to try and steal. We'll see if they've learned their lesson with Grudelars. He's going to go. Grudelars out of the hand again. A bouncer, and it gets away from Dale, so a free base for Akeda. He's all the way to third, and this is what was not good for the Mavericks in the last game. Free passes, and free passes to third especially.
Yeah, you just, when you give up that 90 feet, it creates momentum for the other team, and it was a really good throw by Grudelars. He was right. If it was a little to the left from our view, it's an out to, another inning ended on a stolen bait or caught stealing, pardon me. It just doesn't work out for the Mavs.
And Picorni, you got to feel for him because he had a full count situation, gets a really close call on the swing. They had to check down to first, and now he's got a runner looming in scoring position. Just hasn't been, it hasn't been his way through 2 innings here. You wonder when the luck's going to turn for him. And there's a strike. Off speed, in the zone, back to 2-2.
And another part of it is it's working up the pitch count, right? Other times that he can get out of this quick. He's at 41 right now, and through 2 innings, it's starting to accumulate more, and they've been really good pitches. It's just totaling up.
That one riding the line again, but just outside, and a pretty good call there from the home plate umpire. Full count now again. Picorni, a chance to do it over. Didn't get it to go the last time. Here he goes, sets up, and a swing and a foul off there from Matt Verlack. Verlack will take his time, primarily playing in the middle infield. He's at second again. This is back-to-back games now. Picorni, long stretch. Verlack again dips down to feed it off.
As good as Picorni is working, you got to give credit to, you got to give credit to Verlack for fighting it off and staying alive and just keeping things going here in his own at-bat.
And he pokes another one foul.
It's what you can do. If you can't get to it fully and can't get that hit, you just fight it off, stay alive, get another pitch, and, with a 3-2 count especially, maybe you can get a ball and get on base that way.
And the more pitches you foul off, the more frustrated a pitcher's going to get. See if it affects the psyche of Picorni. Here's a ground ball. Roth gets under it. Quick one to first. A bouncer to Giacalone, and they get him. So this time, Roth switches up the game plan, and it works to Giacalone. And a runner will be left on third for Energy City. They still have a 1-0 lead as we move to the midway part of the second. Bottom of 2, Frankie Giacalone. The Mavericks down by 1, similar to how they started last game. And we talked about the sunshine. Now it has vanished. We have a bunch of big, bad blue clouds up in the air.
It's just that June weather that, is around Medhat right now of you never know what you're going to get.
Frankie Giacalone caught one off the hop from Carter Roth. It was a close play at first. And this game, it has been close play after close play. And, if any decision was turned on in the last, we're looking at a completely different ballgame. And that's the fun in it. predicting's fun, but seeing the outcome of certain plays like that's when the intensity picks up. Is Giacalone, a bouncer. This will be a tough play, and for David Simmons, who's got a great glove at first, that one sails far. Giacalone might have a chance for 3 as he turns on the burners. He's going to be in there standing up. He slides for show, and the Mavs, a leadoff runner on third base. They're setting up shop.
That's what you need. If things aren't going to go way on your own, or your way on your own accord, let the other team do it for you. And Giacalone ends up there on third, some wheels that maybe we don't expect all the time from Frankie, but he gets there and it puts the rest of the order in a good spot now to drive in a run and try to tie this game here in the second.
And we'll send to the plate Carson Chan. He was pinch hit for in the last game. Adam Volcano filled the void. And then we know what happened after that with Volcano overrunning second base, and then the game ended just after. And you got to feel for Volcano. You saw the frustration after with the slam on the base, and it happens. Sometimes there's a brain fart in the middle of the game. I don't know how else to put it.
When it rains, it pours, right? And in a game we're not.
Don't bring up rain, James. We got enough of that outside.
I worried about that when I said it, but when things aren't going good, just the little things don't go your way, and it didn't there to end that game.
1-1 count to Carson Chan, who came alive against Saskatoon. It's so funny. There's some guys, when you play teams that are below 500, they don't perform as well. They may not have some of the stars that the bigger clubs have. You'll watch them kind of wane off. But then they get in against a big pitcher like Chan did against Diego Quinones, and he dominated. He had a couple of RBIs. He had his first home run of the year. Yeah, it changed for him once he saw the berries.
You rise to the moment kind of thing. That we see at times in different sports, right? Whether it's an opponent, team-wise or individual-wise, rise to that moment and, try to win that one-on-one battle.
And Kirsch trying to win the battle with the umpire there. He pulled a Grudelars from the last inning, and he was trying to say that Chan's hit was in play.
I don't think we have any Oscar winners on the field yet. They're acting. They're really trying to sell it, but it hasn't worked yet.
We do have an Oscar on the mound as Moy just misses wide. So 2-2 the count here to Carson Chan. Two guys playing university ball in British Columbia. Beautiful British Columbia, I believe they say. Chan going to dip there. That one didn't hit him, but it'll be a ball, and now a full count between Chan and Moy.
Of all the Western provinces, Truman, haven't gone to BC yet. I have to. I know.
You've never been to BC before?
I've driven through it. I've driven through BC to go to Spokane. That's it.
I'm a big Victoria guy. That's the place that I would preach.
The island.
A little bit further to get to Victoria. And Chan will walk over to first base. That's less of a distance than Victoria first base. Johnny Volcano up with runners on the corners. Volcano with a hit to end last game. Let's see if his stride picks up where it left off.
It's not that far, but for batters facing Oscar Moy this year, first base hasn't been easy to get to, whether it's a walk or hits. And, the Mavs getting some advantage and some momentum here early on the base pass and at the plate. And, you hope, as you mentioned, Johnny Volcano ending last game of the hit, that he can carry it into this one.
And to circle back to BC, Oscar Moy, Vancouver, British Columbia. So haven't been there before, but it's talked about a lot. Of course, the Canucks and the BC Lions, both housed in Vancouver. High pitch to Volcano here. I don't think we've talked enough about Johnny Volcano's batting average this season. It's always been in the 2s, but he's up now in the 3s. And because he bats low in the order, you don't think of it. You think of course, Roth and Calder, some of those guys at the top. But Volcano's pitching in well at the plate. Swing and a miss here as it's 2-1.
And it's what you want to see from Johnny Volcano, an older guy in this lineup, been around this league. This is his 4th season now with the Mavs and 5th overall, right? It was Lethbridge.
Lethbridge,
he played for. So getting some used to it, and the bats he got in college, that it continues here, and wherever he is, he's finding more success in the bottom of the order this year, and just carrying things throughout the lineup and deepening things for Ryan Reed on his lineup card.
And for Johnny Volcano, he played a lot of outfield at college this year. Their shortstop was Grant Sommers, who used to play with the Saskatoon Berries, and he was so good in this league that he had to leave early. anytime a guy leaves early, it either means that a team's sending you home or you're moving up a league, and that was the case with Summers.
Yeah, you wanted to see players here all summer, but if they can move on early and go pro and get that opportunity, it's a good spot to be.
2-2 here between Moy and Volcano right through the gap. And that's what he's done at the plate. We're even at 1 apiece. Frankie Giacalone in to score. Johnny Volcano with an RBI to add to his tally.
There was maybe a time Johnny Volcano wanted to do everything at the plate, right? And wanted the big fly, wanted the big hit. Sometimes you just need a hit, and we've seen that a lot this season. A lot of credit to Johnny for finding that in his game of just get the hit, get the ball in play, and good things will happen, as it did there, and the Mavs tied up here and, continue this momentum with nobody out and runners on first and second. It's a good spot to be for them as, they've done more already than they did last game. So that's a good start, and now they want to finish it with a lot of innings left. Not really, 5 and whatever's left of this one, but still, there's a lot of baseball to be played.
And you talk about just putting the ball in play. His brother Aaron was really good at that in this league, and I never got to watch his brother Liam play, but there was a scrappiness to Aaron's game that was get it done, figure it out, make it happen, and add a little bit of that Volcano energy into the mix. And, Adam's got a bit of that as well, and Johnny, he's got the hybrid in between the two, and this year he's really figured it out, as you mentioned, James. And he's kind of the adopted son here in Medicine Hat. You look at the Tigers, you have a guy like Josh Van Mulligan, who's the hometown guy, and for the Mavs, it was Josh Stark. But every once in a while, you get the Ethan Newtons who comes in, and the city just loves him, and that is what has happened with the BC native in Johnny Volcano.
When you play with the heart on your sleeve like Johnny Volcano does, play here a long time too, people love that, right? Fans love that, and I know when it was announced that he was returning, I'd heard from a lot of fans that were excited to see him again and, to see what he can bring here and hopefully, get that championship look on that 2023 team. He was there all summer, had to leave early to go to school, so wasn't there for the long run of the playoffs, and he's looking to do that and help the Mavs get back there this summer.
Grudelar's bunt attempt doesn't work, so he won't be going back to that at 1-2. Yeah, for Volcano, he had the game of his life against Regina and then got pulled. It was such an unfortunate happening. Volcano's bounced around to a couple different collegiate schools, but he found his home at Doane, and that's where, of course, him and Carter Roth collided, and now they're here together as Grudelar's down on strikes, as Oscar says, muy bien. Josh Stark, top of the order for Medicine Hat with just the 1 out. Stark already a hit in this game after going hitless in the last game. Stark, a long step in. Catcher had to get his mask readjusted. That was Kirsch. 4 hits already for the Mavs. They've got more in 2 innings than in the entire last game. Flip play over to second. Volcano collides. I'm not sure if they got him. It'll be a fielder's choice, I believe, and Volcano's going to be out at second. And he looks to be okay. That was a interesting collision, and anytime you see a player standing up defensively and a guy sliding in, you think Chase Utley during that Mets incident that I think still haunts the Mets to this day.
I think so, and Cervantes was straddling the bag there as you want to as an infielder, right? You don't exactly know what side the throw is going to come from, and it was a little short arm toss there from the second baseman, and he handles that and is able to hold on for the out.
Blake Dale fouls this one off onto the right side. And the breeze has picked up a bit. There's lots of hoodies out there, even a couple winter jackets. I did not expect to see that on a June Friday.
No, it's not June weather right now, and I think that means July is going to be cooking in the hat. If I had to put my weatherman hat on.
Are they going to get you to cover that in the paper at all? They ever put you on weather duty?
No. I chased a tornado one summer when we had tornadoes in the area here.
Really?
I didn't catch it, obviously. It moves pretty fast and didn't get a good photo, but we did try to follow it.
That's scary. I'm surprised you put your life on the line there, James. I'd be shaking.
I was never that close. I appreciate the sentiment, but truly was never felt too in danger.
Here's Moy. A whirlwind of action on the mound is throw down to first from Kirsch. That one's going to be tight, and just back is Josh Stark. And that length paying off there for the right fielder. Oscar Moy will take his time. 3-1 count here. Blake Dale. He's in a good spot to swing, but he wouldn't mind a walk either. Load up the bases. Dale pounds this one over to the right side, and it's going to go a long way back, all the way across the warning track to the wall. Carson Chan's already in. Coming around is Josh Stark. The throw to the plate is offline. Stark's helmet comes off. The hair is out, and Blake Dale is over to base 3. It is a 3-1 lead for Medicine Hat. Blake Dale with a booming strike over into right.
You know, and that's just a really solid line drive that gets out there in a hurry and gets to the wall. And credit to Blake Dale for moving up from second to third on the errant throw home to try to get Josh Stark. And, you know, credit as well to Josh Stark going from first to home and never really let up there as he was rounding the bases as the Mavs, you know, jump ahead 2 now. And, you know, we're really seeing the bats working here in this second game against Energy City.
And Blake Dale was the feature player on one of our graphics in the last game, and we talked about his high RBI count, that he has more at-bats than just about anybody in the WCBL. His hit total is high, and his extra base hit total is high. All of that on display there as he put one into right. 2 outs here. Evan Morrison waiting on the first pitch from Oscar Moy. This is the most trouble Moy has been in all season long. This one going to get away, and just holding on to his feet there were Liam Kirsch. Want to know here to Morrison. Carter Roth over on deck. First lead for the Mavs out of their 2 games against Energy City, and a long swing, and looks like a foul tip there was called by the home plate umpire. Moy. Getting out of the way was Morrison again, so he works another count where he's in the driver's seat. Moy, quick look to third, now towards home plate. Morrison looked to jump out and get onto the base path. Instead, he fouls it wide.
It looked like he was just trying to spray that one to left field more so than, you know, try to pull it. And, you know, a hit is a hit. And however, Evan Morrison could get it right now and continue this inning, bring in another run will work.
Morrison will foul this off. Yeah, one place that he could find that last swing that he was trying for, Carter Roth Academy. That is his specialty.
You know, and if you look, the Cactus Rats have the center fielder and right fielder stationed for pull. They're both on the right side of second base. Left fielder kind of hanging out in the middle as Evan Morrison works a full count now. You wonder if maybe they censure a bit, and it doesn't look like it. They're still going to pull him or station him here to pull.
Hey, sometimes you can study for a test and you get in and the questions are not what you expected. We'll see if Morrison throws that their way. And instead, he'll toss the bat and head for first base, and we'll have runners on each side of the diamond at third and first. Carter Roth, a ground out with a guy on third, and Oscar Moy. There's going to be a discussion here. Jordan Blundell is going to head to the mound. James, I wanted to allude to it again in this game for anybody that missed it in the last, but talked about the league announcement that they put out regarding Energy City and their new facility today. And I think that's important for the league to be able to keep their fans and their followers, and of course those working for the teams and the players, all involved in this bigger mission to better our league. And I think it was a really professional approach to take, and it's good to, you know, keep everybody in the loop.
I think they're at a spot right now with Energy City and their ballpark, you know, which is a ballpark in name only right now, to be frank, you know, to keep people up to date. And, you know, there's too many questions right now of where this project is at. Energy City has yet to play at home this season. They didn't get to play in the stadium last year. They haven't played in it since it started being built in 2021. And they obviously, this franchise took the year off in 2023, rebranded last year from the Prospects to the Cactus Rats. So it's time for answers, and that comes Tuesday. The Cactus Rats have to provide, you know, a detailed plan. So I don't know how much you outlined it, Truman, last game, so apologies, but, you know, a plan of when they're going to play, what's that going to look like, when they're going to meet league standards, which is where they're at right now, and how they're going to start meeting league financial requirements. So there's a lot of questions that have to be answered by this franchise here come Tuesday, and the Board of Governors will vote then, after that Tuesday night, where to make a decision on where Energy City will play at home this season, and we'll find that out probably either Tuesday night or Wednesday.
Here's Roth going to send this foul, and I want to make it clear, as a league, we're rooting for Energy City. We need two teams up north. Having that rivalry between them and Fort Mac, it's going to balance the schedule. It helps a lot. And you never want to see someone fall flat on their face unless it's, of course, your worst enemy. But we're a larger team here in the WCBL, and Morrison's just going to be gifted second base here. I'm not sure what has happened. Looked like we were stepping away from play, and looks like Moy pointed towards himself. Maybe it was something on his behalf, but now the Mavericks 2 in scoring position. But just to finish off on that point, we're hoping for the best for Energy City and, of course, their players and their staff, that things get sorted out and we can move forward and look towards a brighter future.
Yeah, it's about time is the easiest way to say it. It's about time they got answers and hopefully get in that ballpark. And on that play, Truman, it looked like, whether it was Kirsch or Moy were talking, and Morrison just kind of took advantage there and got second base.
Moy, this one skyward for Roth, caused a little bit of stress over in left field for Akeda, but he'll make the play, and that's out number 3. So the Mavs leave 2 stranded in scoring position, but the biggest thing of note, 3 runs, the first time they've done that over the past 2 games, and now in front at home are Medicine Hat. Inning 3 in what has been a bit of a long game here. The last game felt like it was moving much quicker, and that was a 9-inning affair. We still have 4 to play here. I guess from the start of this inning on, it'll be 5 between the Mavericks and the Cactus Rats. 3-1 Medicine Hat Mavericks lead, an advantage in the hits department as well, leading 5-2. Picorni still out there for Medicine Hat, and they're hoping to squeeze all of the juice out of him. Good play to cover there over at first by Frankie Giacalone, and that will be out number 1 for the Mavericks. That'll keep the pitch count a little bit lower for Julian Picorni, who's struggled with that a bit in this game, and not his fault. There's been some innings that have logged on due to a couple of errors behind him and a couple of calls that, as I mentioned before, didn't go at least in his favor or his way. Now he'll head off to face the leadoff batter in Dan Kawanishi. Picorni spikes that one into the dirt. 1-0 count to Kawanishi. Picorni, long stare, and he'll tie up the count between him and Dan Kawanishi. And just wanted to make a note, James Tubb had to leave us early, but we appreciate him coming on as always again, and I'm sure he'll be back for many more games. His insight is valuable, and being able to chat with him every game is something that, not everybody gets. There's a couple of color commentators around the league who kind of float in and out, and we have lots of rotating casts as a part of some of these WCBL broadcast groups, but having James as kind of a constant here has been, I know, big for me, and I hope big for you listening at home. As we return to the action here, Julian Pokorny in a 2-2 count against Kawanishi. 1 out already. It was on 1 pitch before that. Pokorny. And that is one looking Kawanishi, frustrated as he grimaces in anger and heads down to the dugout. Seiji Umezawa will head up next. He's been playing third base tonight. Umezawa, a very good contact hitter here for the Energy City Cactus Rats. And a 2-year man, which is not a phrase that you're going to come by often. Pokorny looking for another out here at the top of the 3rd inning. Mavericks offense finally found some life in the last, and he would like to continue to shove up zeros and give his offense an opportunity to do what they've done best for every game throughout the year except the last 2, one in which they faced Saskatchewan at Cairns Field, and then the one that you saw prior to this as a part of our doubleheader coverage here on Flow Sports tonight. Pokorny, leg kick deals, and the first pitch lands for a strike. There's something sweet about Julian Pokorny. His demeanor on the mound is consistent. His delivery isn't awkward at all. It is very straightforward. And he's fun to watch. He can get you leaning just like that. And Umezawa will now have to work from being behind 0-2. He's a hitter that likes to fight in the box. And no, of course, I don't mean so physically. More so with his bat. And he's going to foul one off, and that a perfect example of what he can do. And if you think back to the earlier innings here, Josiel Grudelars is to thank for more runs not coming across for the Energy City Cactus Rats. If you're the Medicine Hat Mavericks, his 2 throwouts are becoming a staple of his game, and they have become a big storyline within this one. When teams start to get familiar with that they can't run on him, it'll change the way that the Mavericks and Grudelars can play. But for now, he's going to keep unleashing like he has, and he's going to keep on gunning down runners for outs. 2-2 count here. Pokorny hoping to find one more strike here to close out the top of the 3rd inning. Umezawa is going to pound this one over to left field. Could be a long way for Chan. All the way back to the wall. Up, and it's gone. Seiji Umezawa, a solo shot to left, and it's a 1-run game. And that's the difference between 1 pitch. Pokorny, 1 from getting out of the inning, instead 1 back for the Cactus Rats. And the entire team out of the dugout, and a bit of an interesting celebration. One player's got a football down there. I'm not sure if that's a part of their celebration or if there was an intense game of catch going on in their dugout. But celebration complete and home run launched nonetheless. So now in a 3-2 ball game, the first 2 earned runs, or the first earned run of the season given up by Pokorny, was right there off of the solo shot. He's got to be frustrated with it. Now Pokorny will see Riley Quack, who's batting 3rd tonight. Pokorny, soft contact, ranging out and running it down is Blake Dale, and that'll do it for the top of 3. But Pokorny gives up the solo shot. It's Seiji Umezawa who goes into left, favorable for him after he fought off a few pitches. And it's a 1-run game here at Athletic Park in Alberta. Energy City, Medicine Hat. When we come back, we'll continue.
Hey baseball fans, make sure to stay up to date with your favorite teams across the league by subscribing to the WCBL YouTube channel right now. We have tons of free coverage for you over there, including daily highlights, full archive game broadcasts, daily game day previews, plus the WCBL report with myself and Joe McFarland every Wednesday. It's all in one spot, the WCBL YouTube channel. Subscribe today.
Bottom of the third inning, Mavericks will get their swipes at the plate here. Of course, 3 in the last inning, none in the first. The Cactus Rats scoring in 2 out of their 3 innings, but just 1 run. And as we look to the weather above us, it looks like there could be some rain starting to move in the area. Nothing guaranteed yet, and of course, we all know the weather report. It is often misleading. Obviously, meteorologists, the only people that can't lose their jobs, at least that's the way that it looks nowadays. But while we focus away from the weather here and we keep you involved in this game, we should talk about a couple of others throughout the WCBL. And now that all games are going, earlier today at 5 o'clock there was nothing else on, but now we're in full swing across the league. And we'll take you down to Brooks first to take a look at how the Bombers are pulling off another shocker against the Sylvan Lake Gulls. A 5-2 lead now, just scoring a run here in the bottom of the fourth. Again, we're the Bombers, and it's something about that short porch in the home park that they can thrive in. Here's one fouled off by Calder. And Oscar Moy still out on the mound. Nobody warming up behind him. At least it looks like Moy still out there. We didn't get an official pitching change, at least announced in the stadium. And this one popped up here by Calder. Should be catchable over at short. Cervantes, the man for the job, and that's out number 1. A couple of other games happening. Fort Mac and Lethbridge up north in Fort Mac. It is a 5-4 Bulls lead, and you got to be aware of the Bulls this season. Their team is loaded up and down. They got a couple of guys who they didn't have last year but had in their previous championship run and the year prior to that back on their team. They're a veteran-heavy squad. They got the likes of Carter Clarehout and Callum Haney, one to watch for, especially when August comes around. Moose Jaw and Saskatoon, another 2 in the Eastern Division who are, you got to keep your eyes on them as well, with plenty of vets throughout their lineup. And it's a 4-3 Barries lead, looking to stay in command of first in the East Division. Okotoks beating Swift Current at their place 4-3. Jackaloni will foul this one off. And it's a 0-0 tie in the top of the 6th inning in Regina as the Beavers go toe-to-toe with Weyburn. A couple of games canceled in that series, so I'm not sure how many they have to get in tonight. We know the one that they're playing right now will be done, and maybe they'll look for other times to replace. The Beavers 500 this year, so a chance to get above that for their group. And Regina 500 as well at 5-5, 2 more games played on their side. They're looking to break through, and I guess they could either tie or take solo second depending on what Moose Jaw does. So an 0-2 count here to Frankie Jackaloni. It looks like Oscar Moy is out of the game. We didn't get an in-house update here as Jackaloni launches this one down the right field line and foul. And we'll try and get a number for the pitcher that is on the mound, or at least a box score look. It looks like it's going to be Kingston Bessian on the mound. I actually believe that's pronounced Bassine, so Kingston Bassine on the mound in this game, and Jackaloni is rung up. It was an 0-2 count, and now that's out number 2. Kingston Bassine played as a part of the Okotoks Dogs Academy originally, and now finds himself here in Energy City. And you can pick out a lot of different guys throughout the league who played for the Dogs Academy, whether that was U18 Black Team or the U18 Red Team or one of their U16 programs. They have a lot of them, and they've produced a lot of good ball players, many of them who go on to play for the Dogs. But if you look in Sylvan or Fort Mac, or even to the Mavericks in the past, Bryce Libke, one of their former arms, was a Dogs Academy product. You can pick out one player, I would guess, per team that is at least featured as a part of their academy group. Here's a foul off for Carson Chan as there's 2 outs here, and the count for him moves to 1-1. Popped up here by Chan. Play over towards third base, and it is going to be caught down there by Yumazawa, and that will do it. The Mavs still with a 1-run lead, but a 1-2-3 inning as Oscar Moy exits, and we roll to the top of the fourth.
Ever wondered if there's one thing that connects people from across our province? Something that connects the coffee shop to the spray park, or the brewery to the rodeo, the campground to the sports field. It's pretty amazing when you think about how it's all connected, because it truly is. And it's all we think about, so you don't have to.
First pitch here of the inning for Julian Picorni, who remains in the game, and it is Kingston Bazine who came in for the Cactus Rats. There's some stretching going on down there, but it looks like Bazine is going to at least get another inning or two, and talked about him working with Okotoks. And another young pitcher who we saw last year coming into the league from the Okotoks Dogs Academy was Lincoln Fungal up in Fort Mac, and he only appeared in a couple of games, but Fort Mac's a team who has used guys throughout the academy as AP players over the last 3 years, and they're frequent. And I'd be interested, as another northern team, to see if Energy City does any of that as they roll along and become more established as a team in this league. It's another thing. You always see teams kind of helping out others, whether that's gifting players off, or if a team doesn't have room. You know, not all Okotoks Dogs affiliate players go and play for the Dogs, and there's a chance for those guys to still get into the action, and maybe more action with other teams who need affiliate players. So a leadoff walk here. Picorni will stare onto the dugout, and now there'll be some action in the Mavericks bullpen. It looks like a bullpen catcher heading down there to get squarely into position. Fourth inning of action here for Julian Picorni. Gave up 1 run in the last, 2 runs overall. This one is going to be batted away and sent over the stadium. It's Liam Kirsch in at the dish. Kirsch 0 for 1 tonight. 3 strikeouts and 2 walks for Picorni on his day. Picorni, a long look, right by the whiskers. That's ball number 1. And I think fortunate for both guys in Kirsch and Picorni. Of course, Picorni doesn't want to give up the free base or injure anybody, and Kirsch doesn't want to get one to the dome, so both escaping danger there. Picorni strides forward, and that one is ruled inside, and now it'll be a 2-1 count. Picorni shakes off a few, now gets his pitch, glove to ear. Picorni steps in and will miss again, and a little bit of frustration there from Grudelars. 3-1 count. Already a walk here for Picorni. You don't want to put 2 on if you're the right-hander. Waiting on deck here is Stephen Furman, and then Hikaru Ikeda just after. Picorni Seemed like a pretty good pitch, but instead it's first base for Kirsch, and there's 2 on, nobody out. Andrew Bench will come out and chat with Picorni. So while Bench has a quick word with Picorni, we will send you to a quick commercial and then be right back. It shouldn't be too long. Two on here for Stephen Furman in an 0-1 count. Picorni, as the dark sky emerges, so does the trouble here. Furman, this could be a chance for 2. 1 over to second, a bouncer to first, and there's going to be a chance for a runner to come in. Disaster again defensively for the Mavericks. And they almost could have had 3 there as a grounder to Roth ends up bringing in a run. The Mavericks only get 1 out. There's a guy on second now, and it is a 3-3 ball game, and Ryan Reed's got to be livid. He's now going to go and talk to the umpire in the middle of the field. I'm not sure if he's so much frustrated with that or the result of the play defensively. A tough play to make if you're Dale, or rather Volcano, over at second base. And Reed fired up as it's now a 3-3 game. And now time being called again. Reed will head to the dugout. And just a shocking game here. A couple of not so good plays on defense have changed the outlook, and a 3rd error now for Medicine Hat. It's funny how that goes hand in hand. 3 errors and 3 runs scored for Energy City, and they got a chance to get 1 more with just 2 out, and Akeda at the plate. Runner going to go. Grudelars to third. That's another easy out for Jaziel Grudelars. Bang, bang, bang. It is just too easy for Grudelars behind the plate, and eventually Energy City's gonna learn here that he's not a guy to run on. There's a couple of guys we've seen in the past. You think about Luis Ayala and what he was capable of with the Swift Current 57s. Nobody was ever running on Ayala, and Grudelars is making the same name for himself here. And that's not a knock at all on Energy City's base running. It just speaks to how high of quality throws Grudelars is making on plays like that, and he's making it easy for his infielders as well. Picorni. Ooh, that one right inside, and shrugging out of the way was Akeda. 2-1 count with 2 outs, and Jaziel Grudelars has pretty much gotten the Mavericks out of an inning with 3 throwdowns in this game. A swing and a foul tip there from Akeda will even the count at 2-2. Hikaru Akeda, outfielder out of Fuku, Japan. Went to Fuku University as well. Akeda waits on the pitch. Picorni, and Akeda was all over it as he fouled it down the third baseline. If that one stays fair, that could be a double and maybe trouble if it sneaks into the green grass, which with that speed, I think it would have. So back to Picorni on the hill. Looking for one more strike. This was the same exact example last inning. And Akeda check swing, and that one near the on-deck circle. Having to hop out of the way was the visitor in that area. I think that's Matt Verlack who's down there. Picorni focusing in. Here's the pitch, and that one's going to end outside. And it said 2-2 up on the board. I had a 2-2 count as well, but I guess the final call is that that's a walk. And now there's a discussion over with the Mavericks dugout to whether that was a walk or not. I see 3-2 on the clock, and I'm not sure. Ryan Reed's confused as well. He's going to head out to the mound. I'm not sure if it's to talk and get Picorni out of the game. I think that's what it's going to be, but I think there might have been some confusion with the count there. Akeda's going to be on first, and not the day that Julian Picorni was looking for. He came in for the second game of this doubleheader, and he pitched a couple of good innings, but the strikeout totals weren't there as they've usually been, and he leaves this game tied at 3, so he won't get a decision in terms of a win or a loss. He also didn't go enough innings. Oh, I guess in a 7-inning game, he didn't get through this one, so he wouldn't have gone enough in that case either. And it will be now turned over to J.J. Harnett. What a start for the rookie in the WCBL, a freshman at PBA Lethbridge. Actually ran into his dad at the gas station today and was talking about how an unbelievable start has come JJ's way, and all he needed was an opportunity and a chance to prove himself, and he's done just that. Last game came in relief of Brant Spetzer, shut things down. I think he may have given up one run, but that didn't matter. He earned a chance to keep Medicine Hat in the last game, and he earned all the innings that he got. It started off with just one appearance here and there, but now he's been given the full load, and he's dealt with it well. With some trouble on the base path here from Medicine Hat, Energy City. They're looking to take the lead here in this top of 4. Harnett looks to put a stop to it. He just has to get one out. This has been a problem, though, for Medicine Hat when they get into these 2-out situations with base runners, turning over to a new pitcher. I know that's a very specific example and kind of a cherry-picked stat, but it has been something that is a real thing for the Mavericks, where it has not been their best time in any game. Harnett warming up here with Jaziel Grudelars. In a 4-4 game, and the 2 outs for Medicine Hat are important here, and it gives Harnett a little bit more confidence, you'd assume. And I think the home plate umpire is confident that we can get going here. Maybe one more throw down to Grudelars. Harnett's going to push the infield away, and we will resume the ball game. Matt Verlack at the plate, Micah Cervantes on deck. So the middle infielders at the bottom of the order, and the next 2 hitters that Harnett will see. But if he gets through Verlack, Cervantes will have to wait for the top of the 5th. Harnett, first pitch, and that one is going to swipe the strike zone, and he's ahead in the count. It's a feature within his game. J.J. Harnett loves to get out ahead of counts and get up early. Harnett, runner going to go. Grudelars missed on the transfer, and he'll look down at the ball, and finally second base is there for the Energy City Cactus Rats, although they're not batting very well in that department tonight. I guess batting is a bad word choice because it's another feature of the game. They're not running well in that department tonight. Harnett on the way, and that one will miss. Count will turn over to 2-1. Just 8 combined hits between these two teams. We're still in the 4th, and this game does not have the pace that the last one did. Harnett looks to go the other way now, but he misses inside. Chance to walk here for Verlack. I'm sure he's not going to be offended by an opportunity to do that. Cervantes, you can see him patiently waiting on deck. Harnett leg kick. Here's the delivery. Throw back over to second from Grudelars. And it was a good throw, a little bit short. It got the runner back. We've seen Energy City. They've tried to steal 3 in this game. They did a lot in game 1 of this series. And maybe thinking about it there over at second was Akeda. Full count here. See who ends up on the right side of it. Harnett looking for a strike. Verlac looking for a walk or a hit. A man on second. Here's the pitch, and it's fouled off. Verlac gave a great at-bat last time as he shakes his head Juan Soto-like stepping out of the batter's box. That can often indicate that a hitter is all over a pitcher, and even vice versa. Seen Max Scherzer with plenty of antics on the mound, and one thing that he does is when he's in it, he's willing to give a head shake. Here's Harnett, full count, chopped up to J.J. Harnett. He'll lunge to first. Frankie Giacalone converts, and that is out number 3. Akeda stranded on the base path. We will head to the bottom of the 4th inning after a word from Play Alberta.
Yo, that's the one. You going?
Yes.
Can I join you guys? All right, let's go.
Whether it's on the ice or on our app, always play for the fun of the game. Gamble responsibly with Play Alberta.
Yo, that's the one. You going?
Yes.
Can I join you guys? All right, let's go.
Whether it's on the ice or on our app, always play for the fun of the game. Gamble responsibly with Play Alberta.
Yo, that's the one. You going?
Yes.
Can I join you guys? All right, let's go.
All tied up at 3 here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Johnny Volcano, our first batter. Kingston Bassine still on the mound. And Bassine, 1 inning of work so far, 1 K, no walks. 10 out of his 13 pitches have been for strikes, and that one would have been for a strike as well, as it's fouled aside by Volcano. Johnny Volcano, pretty good game today, 1 for 1. The first game of the doubleheader was not kind to anybody. Volcano's last hit through the gap in between first and second. 1-1 count as the sun starts to shine, and that could create something at first base. If there's a time to pull a ball in the infield, it's now, and this one sent high down the right-hand side. David Simmons is there. He'll wrap it up. That's out 1. Jaziel Grudelars has been effective behind the plate with his arm. 3 outs, catching runners trying to steal. He's a great blocking catcher as well. That's something that kind of flies under the radar because of what the arm possesses. And he hasn't had to block as much today. Picorni, pretty effective in his command despite not having his best day. Grudelars, this one's going to tail off, and it will land in fair territory, and more importantly for Energy City, land in the glove of Hikaru Akeda. So 2 quick outs for Kingston Bassine and company, and now it's Josh Stark who heads up to the plate. Stark 1 for 2 so far tonight. Mavs at the top of their order. 2 out rallies. Mentioned them a couple times in this game. That's how the Mavs got their runs, was with a 2 out rally. Josh Stark a big part of that. Bassine. Stark a big swing off the bat, and the ball looked like it could have maybe been outside. He was hunting the top corner of the strike zone on the far side. Bassine quickly shrugs, and then that pitch misses. Kirsch with the throw back. What a year it has been for Josh Stark, an early runner for MVP, somebody that you feel is going to be in the all-star conversation for a while for Medicine Hat. Stark, a long swing there. That was aimed for the sky. Has a couple home runs in this building as well. Has the most by any Maverick. He's the only guy that's gone yard multiple times here at Athletic Park this year. Coming into this game, Josh Stark batting .426. The only player better on the Mavericks is Nate King, and the only 3 players better in the league are Nate King, Cal Gates on Okotoks batting .500, and Maddox Shaver, who we talked about in Game 1, batting .529 for the Sylvan Lake Gulls. He also has the best on-base percentage, does Shaver. Here's Bassine. Stark, swing and a miss, and a rare strikeout for Stark as that ends the inning. 1-2-3 for the Cactus Rats as they get back to tie it at 3 in the last. And now maybe have a chance to take the lead. Consistency has been their key so far, and that's been something that hasn't been a factor within their franchise over the last little while. They've never known where they are going to play, and part of that is because of the ever-switching situation with, of course, their stadium. But there have been years where they have purely been a road team. They've come out to start the year, and they've said, we're going to play on the road this year. We're going to make everybody else's home ours as well. And they've been very thankful, of course, when they have played in other home places, as the Dogs and Sylvan Lake Gulls generously offered those up to them last season. But in the year prior to that, they were strictly a road team, and players knew where they were going to be at in that sense. But even during that year, their final year as the Prospects, it was tough to get off the ground for this group. And they've had some really good players. You talk about Timo Aracena and Noah Brooks, Josh Higgins, and Tristan Harley, Zach Barneo. They've had lots of big names who have been all-stars in the league, and none of those guys coming back this year to the team, and those are big losses. You think Noah Brooks went to Weyburn this year, so a good pickup for them. And that's something that's been tough for the Cactus Rats, is getting other players to come to their squads. Of course, they can get any guy from college that they want, and they've proved through their track record of doing that. But it has been, when a guy wants to switch up teams in the league, can they grab somebody? And Liam Kirsch is one of the first in the league that I've seen make the move to Energy City. It'll be interesting once they get into the league more, get more established, get their reputation up, that they're going to start to find ways to get guys heading to what is going to be a beautiful ballpark when it's all finished up in Edmonton. Or I guess rather Spruce Grove area, but they're almost all interconnected these days. First pitch from Harnett is a strike. J.J. Harnett came in to relieve in the top of the 4th inning for Julian Picorni. This one's going to bounce off the side of the mound. Good job by Volcano. You never know where that bounce is going to go, but he read it well. And a flatter mound here at Athletic Park, that's something lots of pitchers have talked about in the past. Coming from university and college, that mound is propped up quite a bit, or it's a turf mound, which obviously adds some elevation. Here at Athletic Park, it's fairly streamlined, and some pitchers love that, some don't as much. I think we've seen a couple of guys adapt really well to that this year, including the likes of Julian Picorni and Derek Archer, Diego Centella, 2 of those guys pitching today. And Harnett, being a guy who grew up in the area, came to lots of games at Athletic Park, he's a guy that knows what this is all about, and I think that proves as a valuable advantage. 0-1 count here as he's back to facing Dan Kawanishi, the leadoff hitter, DHing tonight. Kawanishi. Back foot is way back in the batter's box. Harnett, 3 consecutive balls here as he plays from behind, a rare occurrence. Lights are on in the Athletic Park outfield. They have been for most of this game, despite that it hasn't been that dark. Always a helping hand for outfielders, and getting a hand there is Harnett. He gets a strike call. Harnett loads up again, and this one shot into center field. Trying to cut it off was Morrison, and it lands on his feet. Or lands at his feet, rather, in center, so it'll be a base hit. 1 on here for the Cactus Rats. And Seiji Umezawa, home run earlier in this game, a solo shot into left field, right in between the poles, almost hockey style. And now Harnett to face him. Runner faking. Grudelar's back to first. Him and Giacalone seemed to be on the same page, and Giacalone thought he was close there. You could see the jump up and the giddy up after he got the tag on. He thought he was there. You just cannot sleep on Jaziel Grudelar's behind the plate. Harnett, 1-0 count, lots of bouncing. Runner going to go, and it hits the batter at the plate. And that's a scary play as Umezawa went down hard, and there's immediate attention being directed towards him. Of course, unintentional from Harnett there, and Umezawa still down on his knees. Frustration's a part of it, but you never want to take a ball off the side of the helmet, and nobody's intentionally trying to do that. And Umezawa, his health, the most important thing right now. If he's not 100%, then the Cactus Rats will have to take him out. But it looks like with a short jog over to first base and a quick conversation with Jordan Blundell that he is going to be okay. And you could see Andrew Bench even out of the dugout making sure that he's okay, and maybe even waiting to have a conversation here with J.J. Harnett. And I think Andrew Benser is just making sure that the medics were out there. And that actually might have been Greg Morrison, the owner and GM, who came out of the dugout for a second. Now Ryan Reed's going to go and talk to J.J. Harnett. Yeah, I believe that was Greg Morrison making sure the medics were on their way. And they got about halfway down. They were in the ground level area before they were sent back. If you see them ever at Athletic Park, they're on these kind of lifeguard chairs. It's a funny place where they sit up. It's right behind home plate, and not able to get down there quick enough. And it looked like Umezawa was going to be okay regardless. It looks like Ryan Reed was talking to somebody maybe in the Cactus Rats dugout there just to say, hey, sorry, we didn't mean that, or could have been the home plate umpire as well. He was making a gesture regardless, and it didn't seem to be anything intense or with ill will to start an argument. It looked like more of an apology. And the Mavericks are going to switch up pitchers here, so Harnett's going to come out of the game, and they'll get a new guy warming up. We'll try and get a name, a number, and it looks like here that this could be Jax Graham, who, how about the start for him? One of the best ERAs in the entire WCBL at 108. Teammate Julian Picorni coming into tonight was at 0.00. Now he's at 0.84, so he's got the second best on the team, does Graham. There's only two guys left in the WCBL with qualified innings that have a 0 ERA. One is Ryan Kusi, who's in Sylvan Lake, and then the other is the former All-Star Logan Kinter in Weyburn, who is dynamite. He was their third best pitcher a year ago. That spoke to how good the Weyburn staff was with Ian Heck and Owen McConnell. And now it's Kinter's team. He's the guy they're going to throw a lot. He's been given the reins. And what pitcher doesn't want to be the guy? You got to feel happy for Kinter that he gets that opportunity. And the look for Graham here as well with the Mavs. He's in that top reliever role when they need a big out, when they feel like their backs are against the wall or they're trying to hold a lead, stay in a game. Jax Graham's the guy that they call, and he is brought in here on a pretty sunny day, although the shade has come in, to try and keep Energy City from crossing the line. And while Graham continues to warm up, I've got some good news. We talked about James Tubb having to leave the broadcast early. Well, we got a new guest here, a guy that was on the broadcast last year, and back to talk less about his job and talk a little more about baseball is Nick Wepbrook. And Nick, my colleague downstairs, but now you're joining me for the game. How has it been down at field level, and what have you heard in the rumblings near the dugout tonight?
It's cold, and I don't know if we're too happy with the way we've been playing tonight, but I think they're gonna get it all together here and pull it out tonight.
And that ball going to get past Jaziel Grudelar's. I think he lost it. It was blending in with the plate there.
Yeah, right in his feet.
You've gotten to see that arm from field level. How fast does the ball move when you're right there?
Yeah, it's actually crazy, man. I was talking with a couple of the guys down there doing the radar, who's down there, Archer and Myers, Cody Myers, who just got into town a couple days ago. They're like, we haven't really seen many guys throw it like that. It's pretty good.
That's a high hit. Evan Morrison, a long way to go, all the way to the wall, and he's going to grab it, but a run should come in to score, and that means that the Cactus Rats have the lead here and have the lead back. It's been one of those games that has kind of seesawed, and Energy City has just continued to chip away, and their game plan's working well against the Mavericks.
Yeah, it is. Mavs aren't swinging it quite as well as they could be tonight. Some good pitching from Energy City here. Couple walks, couple hit by pitches for the Mavs. Doesn't help anything out, but I think they'll get her together here. We got a couple innings left.
And here's one that's going to get into center field. So now it'll be a 2-run lead for Energy City and a slow walk over to first base. I'm not sure if David Simmons pulled something on his way over there or just didn't feel the need to move very hard knowing that first base was his, but an interesting approach. And now Liam Kirsch will come up with a 2-run lead here in the top of 5. And we're running out of daylight in the sky, Nick, and also in this game with this being a 7-inning game. If the Mavericks are going to get to it, it's now or never.
It is now or never, Truman. I don't know where we're at in the lineup, but I think we can pull it together. I think we got some guys. If we can string some hits together, we've been very productive with 2 outs this year. I don't think you can ever count us out. I have confidence in this group no matter what. I think we've had some unfortunate mistakes on defense tonight, which happens for every team. It's chilly out there. Boys are still getting used to playing together. I think come July, this team's going to gel really well, and I've already noticed, down in the dugout, around the concourse during the day, in the locker room, at the player appearances, that these guys are starting to gel, starting to chat, starting to joke around a little bit more, which is nice to see. So I think it's all going to come together. I don't think we need to overreact to anything quite yet. Not the start we want, obviously, of this far into the season, but I think it's all going to come together here.
And not the look that Jax Graham wanted either. It's 3-0 here. Now he gets it to 3-1. What have you learned about Jax since he's come into town? He's a fairly quiet guy, and I haven't seen him around a whole bunch, but he's delivered well on the mound, and his stats have backed that up.
He has. He's definitely one of our top bullpen guys right now. As the runner goes, no throw.
And a swing and a miss there from Kirsch, so the count will go full.
Super nice human, though. Very respectful. Communicates well. Anytime I ask anything from him, he's the first to do it. He's great kid. Yeah, absolutely.
You get to learn who the best communicators are day in and day out. Is Liam Kirsch. It's being communicated to him that he's headed to first base, so there'll be 2 on here for the Cactus Rats. What have you learned about the Cactus Rats? This is a team that, at least in my time working here and your time working here, they haven't come around a whole bunch. So a new ball club, and I'm sure you picked up on some tendencies that they've kind of possessed when you have gotten peeks at the game.
Yeah, they're a loud, rowdy bunch down in the dugout. That's one thing that definitely sticks out since the beginning of the first game today. They're loud. They don't seem to get down when they're down. And I think that's what's keeping them in it here is their upbeat energy down there. It's really great.
And Jax Graham going to get the third out here with a throw to first, but the Mavs now down by a score of 5-3, but they are not down and out yet. And the Energy City Cactus Rats living up to their name. You mentioned energy, Nick. That's always of importance. And we will get a quick word here from our broadcast network, Flow Sports, before we return with more action from Medicine Hat. Ooh, right into the action. Blake Dale off the bat. This one should stay in the park. And a promising sign as it roared into the air, but Dale's first hit short-lived. And Kingston Bassine, pretty good out on the mound after filling in for Oscar Moy, who gave up the first 3 runs. And Bassine not into a whole lot of action. The stats for the Cactus Rats are not good. That's just the bottom line. But their players are playing like the numbers don't matter, and that's when you can get creative with things, and that's when you can show that regardless, it doesn't matter. It's a fresh sheet every day. You get to go out and play ball, and you get to figure out who you are on said day.
Yeah, that's baseball, man. Anything can happen, and you see it all the time, right? You've seen it, unfortunately, in our home opener. Anything can happen. You also seen it the other day with a 13-run inning from the Mavs. Anything can happen in baseball. There is no clock, and I think when you play like there is no clock, good things can happen.
Morrison hoping for good things at the plate, but it's been a struggle recently for Evan as a fly out there to left field. And, you know, a hometown kid, you got the pressure on you, and some of that pressure is actually there because, you know, the community does want to see their guys do well. Obviously, some of it's manufactured, and you can't blame a guy for that. As someone who's grown up in Medicine Hat, I get that the outside noise can sometimes creep in, and, you know, you're just hoping that he can figure it out at some point, but it has been a tough stretch.
Yeah, and you know, the pressure for anybody with the last name Morrison in a baseball world is going to be very tough, but I think he does a really good job of handling it. As Roth will put one in the air, that might get
this
down.
is going to be a tough play here, and it is caught in center field by Stephen Furman. A 1-2-3 inning, Nick, and the Mavs becoming well accustomed to seeing this sort of play offensively within this game. Outside of the 1 inning, they have the most runs in an inning this game, but it hasn't seemed to matter because of all the zeros that a guy like Kingston Bassine has put up out of the bullpen.
Yeah, he's been throwing really well here, kind of shutting the guys down. You never know what happens when you see a team two times in an entire season. You don't know who they're throwing at you. You don't know who they have. So sometimes it can be challenging, and you just don't know who's going to come out on top of it after, I guess, 7 innings tonight. I almost said 9 innings, but we
keep getting crossed up on that.
We only got 2 left here.
It's one of those things, and it looks like Tanner Hale is out there now. So he's been the 2-inning late game guy for the Medicine Hat Mavericks, and him and Takeo Cervantes have almost a brotherhood relationship, those two very tight from back home, and got to speak with them a bit today. And I asked Tanner, when you come into big games and big moments, like what is it? How do you embrace that environment and that pressure? And he says it's really the reps. It's doing it at school, being there before, getting familiar with it, and then trusting what you can do. And Tanner Hale, a guy that's very easy to talk to off of the diamond, and a guy that's easy to trust when he's on the mound.
Yeah, absolutely. He had a lot of innings at school this year, so he's working out of the back end of the bullpen up here at Medicine Hat. Super easy guy to talk to, likes joking around, funny, helps out with promos. If I ask him, he'll be one of our slingshot holders for sure this year. He's a tall guy, so we can get the ball up.
Is that how you measure it? On the tallest guys usually get the bid for the slingshot?
Slingshot holders ideally are tall. This year it's been kind of a mix. We haven't really found our rhythm down there with that either. A little bit better today. We got some good launches off. It's been we broke out the slingshot this afternoon after a couple disappointing outings of no specials and some flubbed launches, but we're getting it together down there on the promo side of things.
And Hikaru Akeda coming up to the plate for the Cactus Rats.
The beer batter.
And only you would understand this, Nick. The Mavericks almost had a Hikaru as well last year in Hikaru Makami. A little ball knowledge for the folks out there. A pitcher on the other side of things. But Akeda has had a role in this game. He's gotten on base a few times, and it seems like contact is the name of his game.
Yeah, contact guy. Looks like he's pretty quick. but he does like to swing and miss a little bit. That's why we picked him as the beer batter tonight. So that's what I'm kind of hoping for here.
Was that your choice? I have explained on the broadcast our rotation between you, me, and our director of ops in Austin in picking the beer batter. So was it your go-around tonight?
It was my go-around for game one. I don't know if he K'd there, as Johnny won't get to that ball. Not sure if they'll score that one an error or not. He had to travel quite a ways there in behind second base. Yeah, it was my turn to pick for at least game one. Don't know if he struck out in the first game. If he did not, then this one is not me. And it will rotate on to either yourself or Austin, our director of operations, for the next game on Thursday next week.
Well, I got bad news. He didn't play in game one.
Oh,
so it's a freebie miss on your end, Nick.
That'll happen. That's baseball.
Tanner Hale back out to the mound. I want to ask you about pitch selection or what's in somebody's repertoire here in a second, as Hale will go back to first base. You're a knuckleball thrower in your rec league, Nick. What pitcher on the Mavs do you think should feature a knuckleball if there's going to be any?
Oh, my gosh. I think it would be crazy for High Note to mix in a knuckleball. If he could throw a solid knuckleball with his, I think he was sitting about 89 there the other day. Mix in some knuckleballs in with some 89, a 62 mile an hour knuckleball would be devastating.
That is a big transition and a big mindset change for hitters to make when you see something flying at you at, as you said, close to 90, and then going down to something as a knuckleball and lots of movement there, not a lot of velocity. That would be quite the change up.
Yeah. You know, most guys who throw knuckleballs tend to not have the velocity. You think about R.A. Dickey, Wakefield, I believe it was on the Red Sox.
Tim Wakefield, yes.
Not the hardest throwers in the world, but
here's a bunt. That's not a hard hit. Hale will get the out at first, and that's out number one in the top of 6. Akeda advancing over to second base.
Yeah, speaking of rec league, we got our Father's Day tournament coming up next weekend. You might see myself on the mound. Come out to Jeffries Park if you're living in Medicine Hat and check out the Twilighters men's.
Was that really just a rec league plug on the broadcast? I think that's a first. We've never had that one before.
We haven't. I thought we'd get some in there. I don't know how much marketing budget we have as a league, so we'll take what we can get.
I think that's the first time a league's marketing budget has also been analyzed on the broadcast. We had a shout out to a local music festival at the Mainliner tonight earlier on the broadcast. So we've been dipping into a couple different avenues.
Speaking of the Mainliner, I believe they sponsored one of our teams in our rec league last year. Shout out Mainliner.
Well, they got a festival. Go down there. Live music all night tonight. Here's Hale. This one on the outside. And I guess we should talk about one of our real sponsors in Town Place Suites, the official hotel of the Mavericks. Of course, they're the sponsor of our broadcast every time we come on air. So a quick shout out to Town Place Suites for always being a part of our Maverick family and helping our broadcast run smoothly.
Yeah, it's actually a super nice hotel.
This one, tight to the line and just off there for Micah Cervantes. No relation to Takeo Cervantes, one spelt with a Z, the other with an S. So there's no brotherly rivalry here tonight. Want to make that. We did a brother segment a couple broadcasts ago, and so I didn't want to get that all confused.
Yeah, Takeo, speaking of Takeo and Hale, I'm not sure if you mentioned this on the broadcast, but a couple weeks ago there, a week or so ago, Takeo got to catch for Hale, and it was the first time that they had worked as a unit since high school. So it's been about 4 years since that Hale got to throw to Takeo. So that was a really cool moment for them, I believe. Where were they? Weyburn? Regina, maybe?
Regina, yes.
Regina. So that was a cool little story to hear.
Hale, quick look off to second base. He's still trying to keep that runner in order. This one fouled off. It'll be a 2-2 count, and it may have caught the foot there. Readjusting the guard is Cervantes. And talking about Takeo Cervantes, I mean, he's the Mr. Worldwide of baseball. He'll play anywhere. You mentioned he caught. He was on the mound in our game 1. He played second base. I think he was even in the outfield at one point. When you can have a guy that you can place anywhere, there's not a lot of teams that are able to have that luxury.
Yeah, and coming off a couple of years of not playing baseball, he had surgery. He was working his way back, as guys do. And to step in after his limited amount of reps over the last year or so, really impressive to see that he can just kind of hop back in it, play a bunch of different positions. I believe he had 2 shutout innings in the first game today.
He did, yes.
Something along those lines.
To close out the game there, you bet.
Could have been our player of the game. I ended up going with Diego Centella. Didn't really look too much into that. We only had about 20 minutes in between the game, and Hale is not happy with that walk.
You don't often see negative emotion from Tanner Hale. That's a new side to the Mavericks righty. And Dan Kawanishi up to the plate.
Yeah, it seems to be like one of those days in Medicine Hat here. The weather's not great. The play hasn't been the most ideal. The fans are here, though. They're happy. They're watching the game. Everybody got to bring their dogs out, bark in the park today. We had a dog of the game. Its name was Ruby.
That was so random. I'm not even going to lie. That was probably one of the most random facts we've had on the broadcast. Of Rudy, what kind of dog was Rudy?
Ruby. Ruby. I'm not sure what kind of dog. I didn't ask.
You didn't ask, but you got the name.
No, I got the name so to make the announcement, and then I got out of there, and we went and did a T-shirt toss, I believe, immediately after.
You're running out of real estate here, aren't you, with what we've done throughout the day? It's been a long couple of days here at Athletic Park with all that transpired yesterday, and Tanner Hill hoping that his day isn't too long on the mound, but it seems like it's rolling out into a different direction.
Mm-hmm. I think if there's a guy on the Mavs right now that would get out of a jam like this, it's Hale. So we're looking for a ground ball here up to about second base.
Feels like it's been about an eternity since there has been a double play. That is not something that has factored into the series at all, despite that Energy City has been excellent with their infield defense.
They have been. I was watching their shortstop earlier, and I heard some people talking about how good he looked there, and not a flashy guy, wasn't wearing the sunglasses and the arm sleeves, and there's a ground ball. It's going to be by Johnny.
The glove of Volcano into center as he a little bit frustrated at the end of that play, and runners will be on the corners. Now a 6-3 ball game. And a run given up by Tanner Hale here. There is another pitcher warming up for the Mavericks. We'll see if they go to that spot. Can't quite see who the number is down there, but there's so many arms.
I believe it's Levi Tibbetts.
So Tibbetts, he's been more of a one-inning guy for the Mavericks, and I guess with one to play after this, that would make sense that he could be up. Still one out here for Medicine Hat. Chance for a double play at second with the base open.
Tibbetts, another tall guy if you're keeping track for slingshot holders.
Umezawa. This one's getting close to the line, and it's going to end fair. One run in to score. It could be a second. Quick around third base all the way in. And you don't want to say that that's going to do it for the Cactus Rats, but an 8-3 lead, not too shabby.
Yeah, they've been playing well today, man. I think it's a good day for the Cactus Rats out here in Medicine Hat, and not such a good day for the Mavs. It's been one of those days, a chilly day, a cloudy day, a rain out yesterday, throws off the rhythm of some of the guys, I think. And Energy City has jumped all over it and brought the energy like their name says.
And the Mavericks, they'd love to live in a fantasy land where this isn't the case. And speaking of fantasy, a bit of a business proposal here. Nick, we've spoke about in the past that fantasy baseball, despite all the changes in our league, would be really cool, or some sort of that, whether it's gamely picks or picking players to do well on certain dates, that would be really cool. No betting involved, of course, but just something for fun to keep our league interactive and get more fans into the mix and get to learn about what players are our highest performers.
Yeah, I know for me, with any sort of a fantasy league, you follow the sport a lot closer after that, right? You start to follow individuals, you see how things are going, you read a lot more into it, and I think as an overall, it generates a lot more attention for the league. So to see something like that would be really cool if they found a way to work something like that into the league.
Here's Hale. This one going to soar all the way over towards Morrison. He's got a good eye for it. Runner will tag and head for third. Will get in there, and so it's 2 outs now. Another runner over to third for the Energy City Cactus Rats, who have lived there most of the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're not going to blow you away with their power, but they've just strung some hits together. Stole a couple bags in the first game. We had a good game behind the plate here from Jazeel as far as picking runners off, so they haven't been able to quite do that, but still getting the base hits down and moving guys over and putting some runs together here now, tying the Mavs for the highest amount of runs in an inning this game with 3.
David Simmons takes the first pitch for a strike. Nick, is someone who works closely with the players and seeing kind of the Energy City situation unfold from the outside, that they're just never sure where they're going to be playing at times and they're filling in at other diamonds. How do you think that might impact some of the players, and how hard do you think that is to maybe do your role in a space where you don't know where you're going to play and there is lots of uncertainty?
Yeah, I'm sure I'm sure it affects them in some capacity. I think the knowing, not knowing where you're going to be playing is probably a little bit frustrating or confusing for some of them. But I think it also helps them develop some underdog mentality of we don't have a ballpark at the moment or a home field yet, but we're going to show everybody that doesn't necessarily matter, and we can come in and win ball games and be tough and gritty, and that's kind of what they've showed this afternoon here this evening.
They've caught the Mavericks off guard. From the outside, it's this team's dead to rights. They've had so many problems, but overcoming adversity, as you said, binds a group together. And for the Mavericks, I think they've been caught on the other side of it going, oh my goodness, we still have to play baseball here. And Energy City, they got some good players who can show it on any given day. And showing the way to first base here is David Simmons, who you can see him shaking his arm.
Yeah, Hale got up a little wide on that one and hit him up in the back of the shoulder blade there. He's not happy with that. But one pitch away here, ground ball will do it for the Mavs to get out of this inning. That's all they need to get back on the sticks. And 5 runs for the Mavericks, the way that they can swing it here isn't crazy. So don't count them out quite yet. It is late, and you don't want to count out the Mavs quite yet.
Tanner Hale needs to keep things in order. If another couple of runs come across, then you start to worry a bit. Anytime you get into the double-digit mark, 10 up on the board, and obviously you're not within that range, then you start to look back and go, well, it might just not be our night.
It has not been, unfortunately. I would like to say it has been. But you know what? I think the guys are going to go on the road this weekend. They're going to string a couple wins together, hopefully, get back into it. It's just hasn't been the start to the year that we'd like.
Well, I think the expectation's a bit different with how some of the previous starts have gone, and you never want to compare groups. That's not what it's all about, but you can get into the tendency of doing that because high standards are high standards, and when it is just maybe below standards, and that's not saying the Mavs start has been bad. Brooks only had 1 win until yesterday, but the standard of the organization is high, and they're hoping for the best, and you hope that with that, something will unravel and things will get going.
Yeah, absolutely. It's there is that added pressure when you walk into the ballpark and you got the old championship banners up on the top of the roof, and you got to look at those, and there's an expectation of winning. And when things aren't going your way, it's easy to get down on yourselves or be a little bit negative. But I think the guys have overall done a really good job of not doing that this year, where it's very, very tough, some of these games that they've not come away with. But I think as a group and you know how most teams react is not necessarily the way that the Mavs have reacted. I think they're just hoping something will go their way, and it just seems like this year we haven't got the bounces that we need, and you know what, it's a long season, and we still got 3/4 of the season left to go, so there's lots of bounces left.
Josh Stark, he's going to have to charge to this one, and it ends up in his gloves, so that'll be the 3rd out. Nick, you got time to stick around for more action?
I can hang out for a little bit longer here. I got all my promos in the first little bit of this game. We did a couple T-shirt tosses. We did some newspaper hunts. We did a slingshot. We did some trivia. What do you call a group of flamingos, Truman?
A group of flamingos. Oh my, pink pack?
A flamboyance.
Is that actually what they're called?
That's
wow.
It's a real
you
fact.
learned something
It was part
new.
of my
I guess
trivia
the
today.
listeners learned something as well. Nick, for a, I don't want to over-exaggerate this, but you are a creator here with the Metasnap Mavericks, and in many ways you are the originator of some of the ideas that play out on our field promo-wise. How do you come up with this stuff?
Genuinely, I try and think of what the funniest thing I would want to see somebody do, and I try and figure out a way to get them to do it out on the field. So you can watch some videos and you can take some inspiration from some other teams. Obviously, the Savannah Banana is a great example of a group that does that. I think they've moved a little bit more towards the dancing and a little bit away from the promos as of recently. But you can definitely grab some stuff from them. You can grab some stuff from other teams. The Welland Jackfish, random shout out, but that's a team that I see that does a really, really good job of their promos as well. That it's very cool to see the concepts that they go with and how can we relate that back to Medicine Hat or our sponsors, or how can we make it different. So there's always a kernel of inspiration from somewhere. And it's just about trying to change it, make it different, so we're not completely ripping people off, because that's nobody likes that, right?
An inspiring performance on the mound tonight for Kingston Bassine, who came in relief of Oscar Moy. It's one of those games you expect your ace to come out and act like an ace, and sometimes those expectations are high. I think that kind of correlates with what we talked about with this Mavericks group in many ways, but Kingston Bassine has picked up the trash, and he's done really, really well. He's pitched several scoreless innings, 4 to be exact, since he came into the game, and anytime you can get a relief appearance like that, you're probably in good hands.
Yeah, it's been great. And you know what? Obviously, we're biased here. We're hoping the Mavs win, but it is good to see guys go out there and do really well, right? I'm a baseball fan. You're a baseball fan. It's good to see players go out and just shove and do well, even if it means the Mavs don't win this game. That's all right. I like to see. I'm a big fan of good baseball. The other day, I believe it was. I can't remember who we were playing the other day, but there was some amazing plays made, both on defense and on offense, and it's just cool to see,
I believe that was the Swift Current game you're
yes,
alluding to.
It was
I was going to say,
Current.
yesterday wasn't long enough to have any of those plays, as it's a full count to Eric Calder, who was swinging out of his shoes, an Ontario guy just like yourself.
Yeah, he's a Southern Ontario guy. Not a whole lot of guys up from Ontario where I'm from. But all those Ontario boys, you hope they do well and keep coming back to Med Hat, and they come up here and they talk about how much they love it. So that just makes me feel really good about also choosing Medicine Hat as my place to live too.
Calder will swing and foul this one off. He's a bit of a violent swing. There's something soothing about the violence in that chop as well, though. Bassine on the way. Calder, a swing and a miss, and that's out number 1 in the bottom of the 6th inning. And Frankie Giacalone, the next batter. Feels like when you get into this point, you're just going down the order, and it seems like time almost begins to run real slow. And I know for fans, that's one of the biggest concerns in baseball nowadays, is that the game has gone slow, and they've tried to find ways to speed it up in every league. Nick, I know I'm putting you on the spot with this, but how would you speed up some of these games? Have you ever thought about what would maybe make it more enjoyable or more quicker to digest some of these long contests?
Yeah, and you can go back to some of those leagues or teams that have done things to make it quicker, right? The stepping out, the timeouts, and the league has done some work this year with some rule changes to speed up the game, limiting the amount of mound visits, putting in a run limit after the 8th inning, which I think is a really great start. I have mixed feelings on a pitch clock. I think there's points in the game where it would be nice to not have a pitch clock in the 9th inning, in a big game, in a close game. It's not so much about the time, but I think generally pitch clocks would speed up gameplay, make the people happier, get the people home earlier.
Ground ball over towards third base. Giacalone. Hats off to David Simmons for making the catch without a hat on his head. I guess that's a skill in itself. That could be a little bit distracting for Simmons over at first.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's just lucky the sun wasn't out there, because that first base plays pretty hard when the sun is coming down early in the day. You might have seen Frankie bobble a ball there at first, and that's all sun. That's a high throw from third base that gets caught up in the eyes, and then you noticed about an inning or two later, Johnny with the skip over to him for an out at first base later on in the game, and that's what you got to do from third or short even sometimes, is skip that ball over to the first baseman, because that sun can be very blinding and make it really, really hard to make a play on for guys, especially if they haven't played in Med Hat before.
And sometimes the ball takes 5 business days to get there, but at least it arrives safely. Sometimes when you try and get something delivered too fast, you get it and everything's broken. So similar to the delivery service that we see, but if you order from Amazon, I guess usually they're quick nowadays. That's become quite the phenomenon, that one-day order. And
one-day delivery, man.
Yeah, I know organizations all over the WCBL, that has helped tremendously. Back in the day, they would have been waiting for jersey pickups or bats or whatever it may be that elevates their organization. And nowadays, with so many quick fixes being able to be made, it's something that is improved the overall, I would say, play and then the climate of our league too.
Absolutely, man. It's tough when you run out of things you'd never think, right? Socks, belts, all that kind of stuff. Things that might slip through the cracks a little bit. And not be noticed until they're all gone, right? But it's great when you can get out there and you can order some stuff and get the fellas all suited up, or get the office staff the stuff they need to make the games happen. There's so much in behind the scenes that you don't see when you show up to a ballpark, that organizations like that can definitely benefit from getting their stuff quickly.
And a walk here for Carson Chan. You didn't know where I was going with that one, did you?
I had no idea.
Sometimes in these late games it gets confusing, but there's always a tie-in, and I think there's always a silver lining on every game as well. And I think for the Mavericks here, if there's a late push or you score a couple runs to end, at least you can feel good going into the next game. And I know it can be cliche sometimes, but you have to start somewhere. You have to start with a base for building. And hopefully a late game push here, successful or not, can be that push.
Yeah, they got one base right now after that walk there. So let's see if they can continue to build off that. And a shot up the middle that's going to get through.
Up the stripe. So that's 2 plate appearances in a row that work for Medicine Hat here. They've got something working late. You mentioned the 2-out rallies. This could be it here.
They've been really, really good with 2 outs this year. It's actually kind of impressive. And very upsetting for other teams. That is something that can get you down as a team. So we'll see how Energy City bounces back from this with 2 outs. As Jaziel will step up to the plate here. Hasn't had the best game in the box, but he's been really good behind the plate. So we'll see if he can string a hit together here. As that looks like a little bit of a gap there on the left side of the infield.
Yeah, you've seen Energy City play in some weird spots today. Their center fielder is more left or right center than everything, as Jaziel will send this one just under the arm, and Carson Chan's going to try for home. He's going to head back, and a smart play from Chan, who looked like he tripped up on the third baseline over there, and he's slow to get up. We hope that he's going to be okay. Gets a high five at the end of it for Ryan Reed, and the bases are loaded here with 2 outs for the Mavericks, Nick. Promising sign, and you get Josh Stark, who has been your guy.
Yeah, he's been a dog to start this year, as Energy City is looking. I don't know if they're going to the bullpen or if they're just calling a mound visit. I don't imagine they'll be pulling him out here quite yet. But yeah, Josh Stark, man, what a start to the year. Bark in the park, Stark in the park. We'll go with that. Put that on a T-shirt.
That's the only reason you came up here, was just so you could say that.
So we'll see what Starkey can put together here. Base hit is all you need just to keep things going, get the energy back in the crowd. There's been a little bit more of a pop here after a couple of hits. And that's what you need here in Medicine Hat. The crowd can be so amazing when you're doing well, and so let's use that as a team and let's keep it going. That's why Chan dove back into third there. You don't want to be the last out and suck the energy out of the building. So great play there by him to get back on base and set up Starkey here with bases loaded, 2 out in the bottom of the 6th inning.
First pitch to Stark from Bazine, and this one is going to carry him out and be caught in left field. So the bases loaded, but they are erased by Kingston Bazine, who has come in and locked the doors shut for Energy City. They are up by 5 runs. The Mavericks unable to respond again. And mention, you got to get some traction. I guess that's the traction that you bring into next game, and you'll still have another inning. But as I take a look down below, there's many people now tracking towards the exits, feeling like that was the last gasp.
Yeah, and it's tough for these fans. It's a long day at the ballpark with a 9-inning game and then a 7-inning game back-to-back. It's chilly out there, so they're going to head home and get warm and hang out for the weekend. Maybe they're going to head down to the mainliner.
They might. We are pumping the out of that promo. I was told I couldn't say snot on the broadcast anymore, so that's why I couldn't finish the sentence. But there's lots happening in Medicine Hat, and we'll always keep you posted. The Stampede's still a long ways away, but I know that's something that gets brought up. And the players getting to be a part of the parade this year is going to be pretty neat.
Yeah, absolutely. Medicine Hat, you wouldn't necessarily think about Medicine Hat as an event location to go and check things out. I'm going to plug a little event that we have here at the end of every May, our Hot Air Balloon Festival, Rise Up Hot Air Balloon Festival. If you're interested in seeing something that you can't see in any big city in the world, the air traffic in any big city is too crazy for these hot air balloon festivals. It is something you have never seen in your life, to go out and watch 30 hot air balloons flying across the sky at 6 o'clock in the morning. It's absolutely magnificent.
Have you been in one before?
Not yet. I'm hoping next year will be my year. I am very busy that weekend. That is also our opening weekend, is the 3rd weekend of May. I'm not around there enough to feel like I deserve to be in a hot air balloon quite yet. We'll see in the next couple of years if I'm able to get up in one.
Well, our local resident here, Quilton McKee, resident photographer rather.
Yeah.
He got to go up in one this year and
He
got
did.
some great pictures.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he got the one above Athletic Park when he was in the hot air balloon, but he got a pretty cool shot of that, and that's available to check out on our Instagram as always.
Absolutely.
Looks like new pitcher in the game for Medicine Hat. It
Miguel
seems to
de
be
Jesus.
Miguel de Jesus. Miguel had some family here as he gets a ground ball in his first pitch. Oh, good play there from Johnny Volcano off a hot hop, a backhander. You just never know if you're going to come up with the ball, and Volcano doing it smoothly.
Yeah, he's smooth out there, man. He hasn't played a whole lot of shortstop this year. Obviously, he was playing outfield down at school. He's had a couple of errors to start the season, which happens to any player, but it's especially tough to go in as a starting shortstop after playing an entire season at school as an outfielder.
De Jesus. That one dips below, so be behind here 0-1. And Nick, if I told you to guess who's up at the plate now with an orange bat in hand, would you be able to know who it is after coming up here for an inning or so?
Would this be Hikaru? I don't know how to say his last name.
Akeda, yes.
Akeda.
Yes, you're on
Akeda.
cue.
Didn't want to butcher that one. Kind of did anyway.
Well, it's tough to come up here. You don't have a pronunciation sheet or any of the stats in front of you, and you're still able to talk the game. I think that's an art in itself.
Yeah, it's fun, man. Baseball's my sport. If I didn't love baseball so much, I definitely wouldn't be doing this job. I'm super grateful to be able to come to the ballpark every day, hang out with the guys, watch ball games like I am right now. It's people dream about having jobs like this, so it's really, really cool to be able to do it myself.
De Jesus will collect. Behind in the count, Akeda, a patient hitter. Ooh, that one right up by the hair. DeJesus leans in. 3-1 count here to Akeda. Here comes the pitch, and Akeda tattoos this one to left. My goodness, up over the scoreboard. Kiss it goodbye, Hikaru Akeda. Oh, what a shot.
That was a beautiful swing. Beautiful swing.
That's when you get all of it.
That is every inch of that ball on a cold day.
And that ball's day probably got even colder. That one's into the South Saskatchewan River.
Yeah, that was mashed off of Miguel here. Great swing for him as the beer batter struck out earlier. Again, resilience for Energy City, right? Beer batter strikes out, a little extra pressure, and then he comes in here late with a home run. So good on him.
And talked about this in the first broadcast yesterday. But if you don't know where Energy City is, because it can be confusing and you joined in late, Spruce Grove is where it is at, which is just off of Edmonton up north. And you may have heard of there before for fans that are from the United States. So it is not actually a place called Energy City. It's kind of a collective. It's like saying Calgary and surrounding area, essentially, or Medicine Hat and surrounding area.
Yeah, or the Edmonton Metro
The
area.
Metro, yes.
Energy City.
2-0 count here. I think the Mavs are going to trust Miguel to get through the rest of this inning. Now, if somehow Energy City gets up by 13, I believe the game is called there, and it would be a walk-off in their favor with the new rules.
Not in the top of the inning. Bottom of the inning, it would be a walk-off. But the top of the inning, I believe the home team has their chance to score the runs regardless.
Really?
Yes. Even in a 9-inning game, I believe if they go up 10 in the 8th inning or in the 9th inning, they still play the bottom of that 9th inning, even though the rule is...
I don't think we're going to get to that point to see the experiment in front of
I sure
our
hope
eyes.
not.
I'm pretty... I don't want to disagree with you, Nick, but I'm pretty sure it is the other way. I could be wrong, but I swear I was watching a game in Moose Jaw and the opposite happened, but maybe
you would know more than I do. I'm just the microphone guy, so...
Don't knock yourself. You are not just the microphone guy. What you do for our players is really important, and you've obviously highlighted that throughout our game tonight.
I do know it is 10 after 8, but I believe in the top of that inning you do have, or if you are the home team, you do have the chance to score in the bottom of the bottom of that following inning.
Another one fouled off. Miguel DeJesus talked about at the start of the season that he experienced some control issues. He's actually put it in the zone tonight, so I think that's something that he's gotten away from. A positive, despite giving up the home run, he's getting familiar with his spots, and he's starting to find where he can put the ball.
Yeah, and I was talking with pitching coach Andrew Bench, and he says, you have to be successful, you got to throw 62% strikes. And, I don't know if the Mavs have statistically done that this year, and you could probably tell by the record. So, it takes time. Guys go through slumps. You got to, get back in that zone. We see it every year, right? Guys come on up. Some guys do amazing. Some guys struggle a little bit, even though they did really well at school. It's you never know what's going to happen up here in summer ball. It could be the summer of your life or not quite as you planned. And he's looking to kind of pull it together here. It's good to see.
It's similar to any major league ever when you watch the NHL draft or the NFL draft and you see the first round, all these high-end prospects that were so good at one level, and they get to the big league, and the sixth rounder ends up being the best player as Morrison will grab this in center field for out number 2. And that's the fun of it, is you just never know who's going to come along and make a difference. Josh Stark, 1AB at college this year. He has been excellent. Diego Centella hardly pitched throughout the last 2 seasons at Ottawa, Kansas. He's been lights out. And even for Miguel DeJesus, he didn't get into a lot of innings. And, he's getting a couple outs here at the end of a game. They're trusting him in that spot. That's something that I think speaks to a lot of perseverance within a guy's career, because it's easy to fold over. But for many of these guys, they just stay with it, and they've come up here with something to prove.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And that's why we, as a team, get the guys that we do, right? You want those dogs. You want those guys that work hard. It's not necessarily always about the stats or how many at-bats you got or how well you were pitching towards the end of the season, but are you a dog? Do you work hard? Can you fight back when things are tough? And I think we have the group to do it, and it's just about putting it all together, right?
De Jesus ahead 0-2 here. So there's a little bit of fight in him. Batter at the end of the lineup. 9-hole for Micah Cervantes. Cervantes slowing that down. It would have taken a miracle play. We've seen Blake Dale do some great things throughout the years. That would have had to have been an underhand diving flip to first and have it be on target against the speedy runner in Cervantes. Probably out of the possibility for most humans, even if you're as good of a defender as Blake Dale.
Probably out of the range of most humans to even get to that ball. So that was just a great play to even get to that ball and hold him to one base there from Blake. It's good to see him getting a little bit more action as an infielder this year. I think is not quite getting as much, kind of the odd guy out at times last year. With, Vanesti playing third, Johnny playing second, or short, and Roth playing second. This year getting to be more of a cornerstone piece of our infield, which is really good to see for him.
And you think back to the days when he was with FloCollege and him and Michael Quick came up kind of as a pair together. They didn't see a lot of time in the lineup. Now you go over to Sylvan. Michael Quick is an everyday player, one of their better players, and the same here with Blake Dale. He's in the lineup day in and day out, that number 2 spot in the lineup.
Mm-hmm.
You can use a Sharpie at this point. You're likely to see his name there.
Yeah, it's good to see, right? You always want to see those guys get better every year, earn their spots, and then succeed in those spots, right? It wasn't too long ago that Dale was batting towards a little bit more towards the bottom of the lineup. I don't think I've seen him below 2 this year. I could be wrong, but like you said, put it in Sharpie. He's top of the lineup guy, starting middle infielder at pretty much every game, but also versatile enough to. And there's a broken bat.
And that will be a single, and they probably mark it as an error off of Josh Stark as it hit him in the stomach. And if it is marked as an error, that'll be the 4th of the game for Medicine Hat, and that's a concern for any coach. It is getting cold outside. The amount of multiple layers I see on, blankets are starting to make their way out. It's summer. What are we doing, Nick? This is interesting for June.
This is certainly interesting for June. The last week of May was 33 degrees Celsius, which is about 94 degrees Fahrenheit, plus or minus a couple degrees. And so that's a big change here, being something around 12 degrees here today. Might have even dropped down under 10. 12 degrees exactly. What a great guess. Not sure what that is in Fahrenheit, but I think it's somewhere near 60.
Chilly and Fahrenheit.
And not warm. But July's going to hit, and every year, Medicine Hat summers are hot. So we're just waiting for that to come around. And maybe the Mavs can get hot the same time the weather does, because that would be a good time for them.
The Mavs off to Saskatchewan, I believe, tomorrow for a game, and it looks like it's going to be pretty windy out there, but it'll be around the 19 mark, so it could be the same sort of feel late in the game tomorrow. I know as far as myself goes, I'm going to Okotoks tomorrow, futures game with the at Siemens Stadium, Okotoks Dogs, a couple of guys that are going to be in this league, the future of the WCBL. So hoping that the weather stays good for all baseball around the province. Lots of exciting games happening, and it'll be interesting to see what comes of it. Here's a far shot. Josh Stark to the warning track, and he will make the catch this time for out 3. We've got one more inning here, or one more half inning here. It'll be the Mavericks coming up to bat in the now 9-3 game in favor of the Energy City Cactus Rats. One of those days, isn't it? But
sure
any day is enjoyable at the ballpark. It's better than being most other places in the world. So
there are worse places to be than Athletic Park on a Friday night, man.
Yeah. Looking to our right here, there's still some fans enjoying it.
Yeah, we probably still got about 400 people sitting around here tonight, hanging out, enjoying the ball game, right? Everybody's just happy to be out, socializing. That's what baseball's all about, is getting out, being with friends, having a good time.
And bearing the cold together tonight too. When it's cold out and you want to enjoy something so bad, sometimes it almost feels better to say when you look back and say, hey, you remember that time that it was really cold at the ballpark and we all bundled up and had a great day and the Mavericks were losing, but it was one of those days. That's what it's all about sometimes, those little memories. For the Cactus Rat fans in attendance, it's the opposite. It's we brave through the cold to watch our guys come out on top, and that's the way it's been so far. And looks like there might be a new arm on the mound here for the Cactus Rats, or it might still be Kingston Bassine.
Number 27. I don't have a sheet in front of me, but it'd be number 27 on the mound here, a righty.
So that will be Trey Knott. So Knott will make an appearance from Okotoks, Alberta. Speak of it, we talked about the Dogs Academy earlier in the night, and that Futures game is happening tomorrow as a part of the Road to Okotoks coming up, which is a huge tournament for youth baseball players, and a lot of affiliate players in this league will be on the Road to Okotoks to play against some of the best youth competition that there is.
Yeah, that Road to Okotoks is going to be a really cool tournament to see. I know we're in town in Okotoks in July during the tournament as we play Okotoks. So that'll be really cool to see all those guys out watching the game, cheering on their teams, whoever they're hoping for those games. You know as well as I do, Siemens Stadium, when it's packed, is one of the best ballparks in the world. And it's going to be really cool to see all those talented kids there watching our WCBL talent.
And Ryan Stropp, who's listed as an affiliate on the Mavericks active roster, will be playing for the Okotoks team this weekend there, and then on the Road to Okotoks as well. So a little bit of Maverick flavor within the group.
Mm-hmm. There might also be another Mavericks AP guy. I don't know if that's common knowledge quite yet, as Blake Dale, we spoke about him earlier, number 2 in the lineup, is going to hit a double here and start the Mavs off with no out here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Fine dining for Blake Dale, extra base hits. That has been his calling card in 2026, and one off the base of the fence there that fooled the outfielders for the Cactus Rats. They were playing quite shallow and almost a disrespectful look to a guy who's been known, at least this year, to have some pop in the bat.
Mm-hmm. And looks like they're going to continue to play shallow here against Evan Morrison, who, if anybody on the Mavericks is known to have some power, it's this guy right here. So another bold move. Again, definitely shading well off into right field, the center fielder is. You just got to poke something out here to left center, and you're looking at extra bases no matter what.
Couple of looks here for Knott. Here's the delivery. A long swing, a long miss, foul tip there from Evan Morrison. 1-1 count to Morrison here. Still trying to build on that offense are the Mavericks. Tried to get the late inning rally going last inning. And with one on here, getting Blake Dale across is the building block they need.
Yeah, you don't want to do too much here, right? You're not trying to hit a home run. You're just trying to get a base hit, keep the energy moving. You're just on to the next, on to the next, on to the next. String a couple hits together here and score a couple runs. And a great look there from Evan. He's one of our, if not our walks leader on the team this year. He's a lot more patient at the plate. The hitting hasn't come quite yet. Like it did down at school for him. He had a really, really great year down at school. So just trying to put it all together here.
I was at Hastings College, and he'll foul this off. Hastings actually battled with Doane during the year, so there was a chance to see all of the upcoming Mavericks playing, and I think Doane got the better of Hastings in that game. Doane, of course, the Volcanoes and Carter Roth on that team. Morrison, the lone Maverick on Hastings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Doane had one heck of a year as well. Down in their school season. It's good to see those guys. Obviously, Carter Roth breaking some records, some hit records. I know his family's excited to get back up to Medhat and come for a visit here. So that'll be really, really good to see them. Good for him. Hopefully, Evan can show us a little bit of what he did down at school here tonight.
Full count here to Morrison. Nobody out. Blake Dale over on second base. Knott Morrison, a swing and a miss, and another strikeout for Evan tonight. One out here for Carter Roth, who we just talked about. The Mavericks don't have, and you'll see this with most WCBL teams, don't have a whole lot of guys they can pluck and place late in games to get guys off the bench reps. And in any other league, when you watch an MLB game, at the end of the game, sometimes you'll see a guy come in that you've never heard of before just so that they can test him out and see what he's made of. The WCBL, it's harder to do that with the roster limit of 32.
32 plus the eight APs, of course. But yes, a 32-man roster, generally speaking, and I don't know if we've quite filled that out at the moment.
Guess you can go and count on our ball clubs individually if you're curious to how many are had. There's some interesting rosters on there. The other day, I think I was looking at Sylvan Lake, and they had somebody named Jake Arrieta on there. And I'm pretty sure Jake Arrieta's done baseball. And they had a bunch of former Cubs names, and I think they were just trying to fill spots. So some of those rosters are quite incomplete at the moment, but we don't judge.
There's a base hit over
and it's
the
going
head
to line
of
all the way into center field. Good piece of hitting for Carter Roth. Blake Dale will come around to score an RBI double for Carter Roth, and it's now a 9-4 ball game, and the Maverick faithful up on their feet.
The Jenga bus is coming.
That was your pick for, I can't side with it completely, Nick. I'll be honest with you. A little bit cheesy, but
hey, the fans.
You said the fans
like
seem to like it.
And I'm a fans first guy. So if the fans are clapping along, we're keeping music like that. Whatever makes them happy. We had a few guys in. They're actually still here, braving the cold in their sweaters. That work out at Suffield. I can't remember the country that they're originally from, but it is not in Canada or the United States. All the way over in Europe, and they've made their way over doing some work over at Suffield, and those guys were singing and clapping along earlier. They were having a good old time here in the top of the bleachers here at AP.
Yeah, Suffield not far from Medicine Hat, and they still have the base out there, and a very small community, Ralston right there as well, and then you go a little bit further, you got Tilly and then Brooks where the Bombers play.
Somewhere in the between there, you have Tilly Brook as well.
Oh yeah, you're not wrong. You're not that. I'm pretty sure there is a place that actually is that. That's not made up, at least as far as I know. And then down the road is Bazzano and places you've probably never heard of now that you're listening and you're going, why is he naming these? Well, if you go far enough, you'll find Calgary, Alberta. Right next to it, you find Okotoks, and if you keep going upward and upward, that's where you get through to the Fort Macs and the Edmontons, depending on what turn you make. And all these roads are interconnected. If you move back the other direction from Medicine Hat, that's where you get out towards the Saskatchewan teams. The Trans-Canada Highway is the main connector to all of these places, and it is perfect for this league that they just have one road that they can go on, some places further than others, but it's a nice little segue from community to community.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a little geography for you there if you didn't get enough in 7th grade.
You're dissing that I'm helping out the people who are not a part of our regular audience here, Nick, or not accustomed to what Alberta has to offer. You're the tourism guy. I thought you'd be all over that.
I am. My tourism focuses on southern Alberta and promoting Medicine Hat and our amazing hot air balloon festivals and our amazing weather that hasn't seemed to come around.
Yeah, true.
So
Your main calling card is falling apart.
Yeah, we are the sunniest city in Canada, for those that don't know. But it hasn't played like that this year.
Calder a flip, and it'll be a flip play to Bazine at first for out number 2. Him and David Simmons connect. So Carter Roth over to third base. So if you're driving through any of those communities on your way down to Medicine Hat, because lots of people fly into Calgary, that's their first destination, you can point out the places that we've named here tonight, and hopefully the sun that Nick talks about will be there to guide you on the road to the gas city.
Yeah, it's been a rough go weather-wise for pretty much all of Alberta and Saskatchewan the last couple of weeks. Lots of postponed games, rained-out games, rescheduled. You get how all that works, and it's unfortunate. You don't like to see that, especially early in the season. I guess thankful that it is early in the season and not late in the season. As there's a foul ball flipped right back over my head.
I was going to say, sometimes you get the thud when the ball lands right above us, and if you're ever at Athletic Park and you kind of look up towards the broadcast booth, you'll understand why it makes a loud noise. We've never had one go off the window in my time here, though. It is a small spot that the ball could get through and get to here, but it's very rare. It's almost like hitting a hole-in-one to be able to get it to this window.
Yeah, and I don't know a whole lot about hitting holes in one. I'm happy if I can get there in 4 or 5. You, on the other hand, have you ever hit a hole in one?
Albatross, but no hole-in-one.
Albatross is probably harder than a hole-in-one in my opinion. But that was really impressive, Truman.
It was a good day. It was a good day.
I'm happy if I par the par 3 course, and that'll do it.
And par for the course today, where the Energy City Cactus Rats 2 for 2 as they sweep this doubleheader against the Mavericks. Talked about how tough that is to you. Usually it's a split. Each team gets their energy at right times, but when you live in Energy City, you got it the whole time as far as the Cactus Rats go, and their Alberta crusade, at least in the southern part, continues to roll on, and it's really beginning here in Medicine Hat. They'll be off to Okotoks tomorrow, and they're going to feel a lot better to re-go back onto our talk about the Trans-Canada Highway. They're going to feel a lot better traveling down that road tonight.
Absolutely, and you know what? It's been a tough couple of years, and definitely some criticism for Energy City, so it is good to see them string a couple of wins together, even though it is at the expense of the Mavericks. So good for them, good for those guys to get some energy going for them, and you know, who knows, maybe we'll run into them in the finals here towards the end of August.
Well, baseball was alive and well today, Nick. The
right.
weather could not get the best of us, and although it has rained down on this league for a majority of the season, it is controlled where we have gone and what we have done today. We got to play ball, and that's the best part. Energy City, it's a bit sweeter, a 9-4 victory in this game. In the first game, 3-1 they took it. And so the Mavericks will now head out on the road to go to Saskatchewan, losing 3 consecutive games. That's not what they would like to see, but it's a long summer. There's chance for redemption, and when the sun comes out, maybe the Mavericks will as well. But that does it for tonight here from Medicine Hat at Athletic Park on Flow Sports. Nick Wetbrook, thank you for joining me, my colleague down in the office, and my colleague up here tonight. It's always better to be able to share the game with someone else, and we hope that we shared some fun facts about the city with you tonight and what this community is all about, and can't wait to have you back for more ball down the road. We will return here once the Mavs get off their road trip and finally get an off day in here, which will be on the Monday. We will see you for Saskatoon when they come here next. That'll do it for myself, Truman Bartman. Take care, everyone, and have a safe night.